A 19-year-old girl was found dead in the freezer. The hotel is affiliated with the police department. The hotel bio research place is affiliated. The crematory place is affiliated. Everything that about that hotel is affiliated with that police department in Rosemont. They have the same address. 2 live videos that was posted by those 2 people that's affiliated in gangs, posted live videos in details about what happened to Kenneka, what was going to happen to Kenneka. All that's facts to the case. Everything else is the images, is made up, said, and everything. Y'all people have to understand. Y'all got to figure out what's true and what's fake. And even the fake shit, I keep telling y'all over and over, the fake stuff also is telling us the real deal.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is Edward Joseph, and let's talk live. Kenneka Jenkins, the plot thickens. This had everything to do with your brother. All right, let's talk. Well, today, peoples, has been such an interesting day. I'm here, I am live, and I am going to talk about some things, peoples. Peoples, Kenneka Jenkins, the plot thickens. This had everything to do with your brother. Peoples, you guys come on in. You guys come on in. You guys come on in, peoples, for there's so much to talk about on today. You guys come on in. Peoples, I have sat back and I have listened to many of these YouTubers and Facebookers talk about the Kenneka Jenkins case. Many people have their unique narratives and things, and many people have been saying much of nothing. And yet they continue to keep referring back to this hilarious and nefarious video madness. And it's funny to me, peoples, because I sit back and I crack up when I see all of these people continue to keep trying to narrate this case with all of this hilarious and nefarious video nonsense. But that's okay, peoples, because I mean, hey, that's what they do. They go and they perpetrate the nonsense. They go and reverberate the madness. And so when you go and reverberate the madness, peoples, that's what you get. You get madness. And so, peoples, I thought that I will go ahead again on today and go ahead and recap a little bit about what we have learned so far, peoples, and have a greater understanding, because there is another video that I have been sent, and this guy have literally went in hard and heavy up on these perpetrators. And peoples, as you will see, different ones have been commandeered. Different ones has been commandeered, peoples, and it is absolutely crazy for what these girls have went through. Because again, these guys are ones who go and commandeer these girls and force them to have encounters with people who would pay for their services. Hello, Homer Green. How are you, my friend? It's a blessing to see you on today. You know, it has been sex trafficking, peoples, and a lot of these girls has been sex trafficked. And we have seen clearly the guys who have literally have come in and have done some things and stuff, and we've clearly seen them there. We know their history, we know their background, we know all of the madness that they have been doing forever and a day. Oh, peoples, man, you know, this has just really been a this has really been a time for me, because for the simple fact that and that multiple. I had dropped my phone the other day, and the screen had broken, and I've been trying my best to retrieve all of the information to no avail. So I finally had to go put it in the shop right now. But before I had a chance to go ahead and transfer the information to the new phone, my screen went out. And when your screen went out, you got to go get a new screen in order to get to retrieve your information. And so, I'm kind of like, well, hey, I mean, it's going to cost me a pretty penny, but I mean, at the end of the day, the videos that I have on the phone and the pictures that I have on the phone, because I videotaped and took pictures of a wedding, it far outweighs the cost of just having a phone repaired. So you can't replace people's memories. And so I told the guy, you got to guarantee me that I can be able to retrieve the pictures and the phones. See, I've already got all of the information from the Google, because they automatically upload your information for your apps and things like that. So, and your text messages and contacts and stuff like that. So, that I was able to retrieve. But the one thing you can't retrieve unless you have a phone that has a SIM card is your videos and pictures. And so if you upload it to your internal phone, well, if your phone cracks or something, then you're just shit out of luck. But if you have a phone that has a SIMs card, then you can upload all of your data to your SIMs card. And so even if your phone cracked, you still have your data on your SIMs card. So that's why I got two phones. But with the Samsung Galaxy 21 Edge Plus, you don't have a SIMs card. So everything is uploaded directly to the hard drive. And so without the phone, without the screen, I can't transfer that information. And so now, I have to get the screen repaired so he can be able to extract the information off the phone, which they can do anyway without having to repair the screen. But, they want to make money. They want to make sure that the phone is intact and stuff too. So that's how they get their extra money. And so the guy, he did a deal with me. I told him I'll get the phone repaired because, I still got it under insurance. I'll get the phone repaired. I'll send the insurance phone back because I wouldn't need it. They'll get their original phone back. I'll have my original phone because I would have gotten it repaired. And then I will have my original phone with everything on it and stuff. So, which is really good. And then get my money back from the insurance company and call it today. But at least I have my original phone back, which is cool. And then this time, what I am going to do is I'm daily, whenever I go to events and stuff, I'm going to extract that information off my phone and put it in my SIMs card to where I can be able to have it. So when such time as I'm editing the videos, then I have that information, which right now I don't have because it's stuck in the phone. But like I say, the money that I have to pay, it's nothing compared to having the people's memories. And so that's the thing that I'm having to deal with now. That's why I wasn't on yesterday. So if people was wondering where Edward Joseph was and stuff, well, that's what I was doing. I was trying to get all of this information off my phone so I can be able to finish these people's wedding videos and things like that. But yeah, but I'm here now, and that's what makes the difference. So you guys, I'm still in the process of doing this because I gotta upgrade this phone now so I can be able to see YouTube. Oh boy. When it rains, it pours, peoples. All right, so in the meantime, in between time, while I'm doing that, let me go ahead and share this video. I want you guys to watch this video because this guy have literally outlined everything that I was saying, everything, but he did a better job in just really showcasing the perpetrators and the people. And then we're going to come back and we're going to talk about it. And it's amazing, people, you know, how well, first, before I show that video, let me show you this video of Zach. Before I show you that video, let me show you this video of Zach and what he was saying, things and stuff. I'm gonna come back to that video. Let me see. I had it. So let me look at this right here. So it's 2 videos I'm going to show you. Well, maybe 3, but I don't know 2 exactly. Yeah, possibly 3. Okay. Let me call up that one. Yeah. And then I'm going to call up this one. I'm going to call up all these videos. I'm going to call up this one. I'm not going to do that one. Hell with that. I don't care what she said. So, and then I'm going to call it this one. Or maybe not. Okay. I'm going to show you guys that one, but then I'm going to call it this one. So I'm not going to not do that, but I am going to do this. So let me call it the video of Zach first. We'll listen to that while I am uploading YouTube on my new phone. Well, on my phone, because I had to change passwords and everything. I had to do a whole lot of stuff, and I was working on all that shit last night. It's just straight crazy, people. Straight crazy. All right, so let's look at this, and then I will show you the other videos that we're going to talk about. So let's see what Zach had to say, peoples. Let me share my screen. Let's go.
Where y'all at, yo? Get in here, yo. Joanne told me this room be jumping. I'm trying to talk to y'all. Everybody be like, I went in his DM. I saw his DM. His DM is crazy. Like, the man got like over 900 some inboxes talking about show me the footage, man. Like, I saw that shit with my own eyes. Talk to me. What's up? What's the name of this group? The Kenneka Jenkins case discovery. What's up, y'all? Talk to me. I'll talk back. Zach, what's up? It's 4 people. Y'all talk y'all shit. Say y'all name. Talk to me. When it tip, come on, talk to me. Okay, let's see what she's talking. What she said. Bro, why do you keep saying you are going to drop them and you don't? And what do you know about this case? Listen, y'all. Listen, let me cut my AC down. Listen, y'all. For y'all that don't know, I'm Zach from Zach TV. You understand what I'm saying? A lot of y'all probably subscribe to my Facebook page or whatever. Salute. Like, y'all, I don't know where y'all from. Juwan, that's my little cousin. It's a fact. That's my blood little cousin or whatever. He supports Zach TV 1. This is my first time ever dealing with, like, news, I should say. Like, you know what I'm saying? Normally, I stay with hip hop. You understand what I'm saying? I was in New York when I got the call concerning the Kenneka Jenkins situation or whatever, and her found in the freezer. So I'm like, nah, I'm staying my ass out of there. I deal with rappers. Y'all can literally Google me. You know what I'm saying? I work with some of the biggest artists out here. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I do. I do interviews with hip hop artists or whatever. I'm just giving y'all a little bit of insight of who I am and what I stand for. You understand what I'm saying? I was in New York, take care of some business with some labels and artists out there. I flew back to Chicago that Tuesday, but Sunday night, or was it Monday morning, still in New York, I put a tweet out and I said, yo, Zach TV gonna take over the Kenneka Jenkins case, and I'm gonna give y'all the real answers, because everybody was like, the police isn't doing anything, what the bam. So I'm like, I'm gonna take over the case. When I got back to Chicago on Monday night, like Tuesday morning, my house was broken into. All my camera equipment was like taken and shit like that. The laptop, everything was taken. And a lot of people was like, yo, and this shit never happened before. Like, I deal with this shit all the time. I go out of town every fucking week. You understand what I'm saying? So a lot of people was like, yo, somebody broke in your house because you said you was gonna take the case or whatever. Then I started receiving all type of death threats, emails, calls. Like, I did a live talking about it. It's just like at probably 50K. Somebody was like, yo, stay with the rappers. Don't stick your nose in other people's business. All type of shit. And I'm like, yo, she's a young black girl, and I got sisters. And I know y'all probably got sisters, aunts, mothers. That could have been your child, your grandchild, your sister, your aunt, or whatever. And I know you'll want answers as well. I wanted answers. At first, I wasn't going to I stay focused. I'm on my money. I wasn't going to get into the case, but then I got further into it, and I'm like, fuck it. I'm going to take it full-fledged, like, whatever. Even though people was like, yo, we're going to kill you, we're going to shut you down, whatever. I missed a lot of money taking this case. A lot of fucking money, my nigga. Like, I travel every week. I haven't left Chicago since I got back from New York because I've been focused on this case. I interviewed, what's the guy's names? Well, I interviewed 3 of the main guys that was in the footage. Literally, that was in the Irene, like, Facebook footage or whatever. I interviewed Irene Roberts. That interview was crazy. Like, that was nuts, because I asked her everything that y'all want to know. I asked her everything, literally, from why do you tell them, who did you tell park? Who did you tell come up to the ninth floor? You understand what I'm saying? Why was your lips shaking? I asked her everything. I'm definitely putting that footage out right now. Irene Roberts' family, her mother and her father, literally, they told me don't release it yet. So it's a lot of shit I would have been released. I can't. You understand what I'm saying? Even my attorneys told me do not release it yet until the police put out their the autopsy report and say she was found dead because of this or that, or whatever. I'm actually getting in touch with an autopsy. What you call that? Because I want to have my own private investigation about it, because it came up inconclusive twice. I called the guys. They said we don't see anything wrong with her body. We don't, you know what I'm saying? We can't come up with the cause of death. I never voiced my opinion, but I personally think it's bullshit. I don't think that shorty, I'm not gonna call it. I don't think Kenneka Jenkins walked into the freezer. I've been to the Crown Plaza. They told me if I come again, they're gonna have me arrested for trespassing. I got some of the top lawyers in the country. So I'm like, yo, is you serious? Like, I'm a journalist. This is what I do. You understand what I'm saying? They really don't want me to expose the hotel. These are all facts. They don't want me to like, I had an interview with the security guard that worked. What was his shift? 11 to 7. So he worked 11 to 7 on September 8th, 2007. That Friday going into that Saturday. I got pictures of him. I really did a top-notch investigation. I got pictures of him and everything. At first, he agreed. At first, he was like, nah, I'm not doing an interview with nobody. I didn't speak to WGN. I didn't speak to any news stations. I'm not speaking with you. That's fine. Okay. I said, if you have nothing to hide, you'll do an interview with Zach TV. Because the people that was inside the room with Kenneka Jenkins that was on Facebook Live, they did an interview with Zach TV. Why wouldn't you do an interview? Do you have something to hide? So he say, okay, I agree. After 2 or 3 days, he's like, okay, I'll do it. Then when it was time for the interview, he stopped answering his phone, stopped replying to text messages. I sent him an email. It's crazy. I did conduct an interview with a manager of the hotel. His shift was 11 to 7 at night as well. That's kind of weird. His interview is kind of weird. Like, he was basically ducking my questions. I asked him something. he'll try to reiterate it. You know what I'm saying? That furthermore shows me you guys have something to hide. Like, why aren't you giving me any straight answers? Like, what's up? What's going on? The case is just, it's crazy. Once I get to say so, guys, I promise to God, I'm telling y'all, I lost thousands of dollars on this interview. Thousands of fucking dollars. I donated thousands of dollars to the family. Seriously. Like, this is like when I hear you guys saying things like, yo, he's doing it for the clout. Rappers come to me to get famous. So it's kind of funny. I don't know if y'all follow me on Instagram or not, but y'all can just see like, this guy Ben had fame or whatever. So it's not about the fame, and it's definitely not about money. It's about bringing justice to the Jenkins family or whatever. Like, come on, man. You got to put yourself in the shoes of others. I apologize if my post is harsh. I never intended to harm or disrespect anyone. Any way, shape, or form of nature. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm driving. I got to go to a school. I'm doing a presentation today at a high school in Chicago on gang violence and things of that nature. So I'm trying to rush. I just came from shopping, getting me some shoes. I'm trying to hurry up and rush and meet my managers up there, whatever. But the Kenneka Jenkins, the story is crazy. It's a big plot twist. Irene told me a lot of shit that fucked me up. I watch Irene interview probably twice a day. Literally, because there's so many clues in that one interview. The cops, of course, this is the city of Chicago. Y'all know they call it Chirac. Y'all know how many homicides happen a day in Chicago? Like, you know what I'm saying? So I'm not going to say a cop said it, but someone told me, like, yo, why people die every day? Why do we care about her? I'm like, this is great. It's a young woman. She was in Rosemont. She was in you guys' hotel. Well, people die every day. This is Chicago. They don't care. They don't care. We care. I applaud you guys. Everyone that's in this group, everyone that's on social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Periscope, Snapchat, that's been talking about this case. I applaud you guys because you guys want answers. A lot of people are trying to sweep this under the rug. If you notice, a lot of major media outlets such as CNN, ABC, Fox News, they swept this shit. They didn't even talk about this. They talked about it for like the first 2 to 3 days and left it alone. You understand? So by you guys voicing your opinion and fighting and really demanding justice, I salute you guys. I wish you guys was in Chicago the day that I marched. I literally went out there and protested. This was my first time ever doing that. I didn't have any security with me. I was by myself. I got dropped off in my car. Like, the traffic was crazy. I told someone, yo, you take my car. Leave me out here. You like, you good, Zach? I'm like, I'm great. I'm great. I want to find out answers as well. You know, I look at body language. I look at, you know, if a person can make eye contact or not. Like, I can tell who's lying. But I'm gonna tell you guys this. Them kids didn't kill Kenneka Jenkins. Them kids was really her friends. From the guys to Irene to Monifa, they didn't have anything to do with that. You know, it's young black kids at a hotel party. Of course, weed is going to be on the premises. Of course, liquor is going to be on the premises. But from what everyone is telling me, like, Kenneka, she have been drunk before, intoxicated. They said they never ever seen her to that type of, you know what I'm saying, level of intoxication, that she stumbling and falling. Do I feel like some footage was altered? Because I asked myself, like, yo, can I see this footage? No one showed it to me. No one, like, no, we can't show it to you. Matter of fact, our cameras on top of the freezer doesn't work. I'm like, what? How can other cameras within you guys' hotel work properly fine, but the one?
Okay, so it is at that point, people, is when I figured out that Zach is full of shit, and that this interview or so-called whatever he's doing is full of shit. Because notice what he said. The camera that is on top of the freezer, peoples, there has never been a camera on top of a freezer. Nobody has ever been able to prove that there has ever been a camera on top of the freezer. And even when we look on top of the freezer, you don't have no markings whatsoever of a camera ever being on top of a freezer. And it really didn't matter if a camera was over a freezer, because you had an area shot of the camera. So if anybody ever was to take out any type of food or anything out that particular kitchen, you had an aerial shot of a camera, peoples. that was already right there, that would have captured any perpetrator, anybody coming into that kitchen. So there was never no camera on top of the freezer, peoples. There's never no camera. You never seen a camera on top of the freezer. You never seen a camera on top of the freezer. Let me say that again. You never seen a camera on top of the freezer. That is the same mantra that everybody is stating. So you had Teresa Martin who said, well, there's a camera on top of the freezer. Now you got Zach saying there's a camera on top of the freezer. Now you got all of these other YouTubers saying there's a camera on top of the freezer, but you never seen a camera on top of a freezer. Never have. Peoples, let me do this. Let me do this because see, it was at this point to when I said, Zach, you know, you full of shit. And you are working with these people. You're full of shit. Now, two things. If you listen to what Zach said, he said that he was coming back from New York. And it was a post that's out that says that Zach is going to take over the Kenneka Jenkins case. Well, Zach already knew what was happening with Kenneka Jenkins because, again, he wasn't in New York at the proclaimed time to when all of this was supposed to have went down. He was in on it, as well as his other BD brothers. You remember Zach testified and said that he only touched her, but he didn't kill her. Zach was there at the establishment, but he was there days before all of this taking place. You see, people, Zach was already at the establishment along with Bill Murray and son, Carl Nesbitt, James Coleman, Teresa Martin, and others, and other gang members and things, peoples. Oh yeah, it's all going to tie together, peoples. But I just wanted to pull out some certain things for you so you can understand for yourself. See, the thing is, and this is how they are planting seeds in your mind. If you ever sit back and listen, they said that Kenneka Jenkins was massively drunk. You got people testifying, well, Kenneka had took a sip of this stuff and that stuff got into her system, and next thing you know, she's walking the halls of that establishment. Peoples, you never seen Kenneka Jenkins take any type of liquor or anything. You never seen in any video whatsoever that you is circling around all over YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and things like that. You never seen any video of Kenneka Jenkins ever taking any type of liquor to her lips, any type of pills to her lips. She's never been caught on video with taking any type of substance. Never have. Nobody can ever prove that. And so all these people are doing is just spreading all of this madness of Kenneka Jenkins. She was drunk. And yeah, she was walking the halls and she got this and she got that. No, peoples. You never seen it. The people say, oh, Kenneka, she was deceased and carried into the establishment. No, people, you never seen it. All you did was hear it, but you never seen it. And so if people continue to keep saying it over and over and over and over and over again, then you become just like them and you just only spread the madness. I challenge any YouTuber to show me any picture or any video whatsoever of Kenneka Jenkins ever taking any barbiturates or any type of liquor to her lips at any given point in time. You can never show it. You can never show it. They can never show it, people. And the reason why they can never show it because it never happened. And that's why they can never show it. You see what I'm saying? They can never show you unequivocally and undeniably that Kenneka Jenkins ever took any liquor to her lips. You never seen it. Now, the only account that we ever had that Kenneka Jenkins ever had any type of liquor was this one photo. She had a cup in her hand. She didn't look spaced out and all like this and stuff. But that's the only account that we ever had of Kenneka Jenkins ever having any type of liquor whatsoever. That's the only account. Okay, you guys hold on. Something is going on here. Okay, I don't know what that is. Okay, I don't know. All right. Okay. Whatever that is. All right. So let me see. There we go. All right. So we log back in. All right. So you see what they're doing, right? Man. Okay. Y'all see what's happening, right? What is going on? Why are they messing with my live? And I'm live, peoples. I mean, they're signing me out of my live now. Am I going too hard? What's going on? You don't have permission to view this page, switch accounts. You guys can see what's going on, right? So let me switch accounts. Let me log into that. Okay, let me see. All right. Wow, this is crazy, peoples. I never had to go through this before. What is going on? All of my accounts is all of my YouTube accounts and stuff is like every YouTube channel. Look at this. Let me go through every last one of these now. Okay, I don't need that. Y'all see what's going on, right? You see it with your own eyes. I can't make this stuff up. What is happening here? Oops, you do not have permission to view this page, but it's my account. And you see, peoples, what is happening. Because I have been talking about this Kenneka Jenkins case for quite some time. And there has been people who has literally been instrumental in trying to take down my channels, which they did at one point. They took down all of my channels at one point, but I fought for years. And I got my channels back, all of them, every last one of them. And so I fought back. I fought back, and I fought all of these deviant and devilish and demonic YouTubers and Facebookers because they didn't want me to put the word out. And then I fought back with the networks that Facebook and YouTube, you know, because they didn't want me to talk about the Kenneka Jenkins case. But see, I used their own policies and guidelines up against them, because what was I violating? What, me talking about the case? Well, I mean, I had rights to free speech, and I utilized that to the best of my ability. So I've written wonderful letters to the companies, to YouTube and to Facebook, and question as to why my videos is being taken down, why I'm not being granted access to my videos and things. Why are you messing with me? I can't help it if I'm got information that you guys don't want to put out there and things. And I can't help it if the YouTubers don't like what I'm saying and whatnot. That's not my problem. And so people's, hey, they tried to shut me down, and they did at one point, but I got them all back. Every last one of my channels, I got it all back. And then look what I did. I went back and I shut down all of the YouTubers and Facebookers who tried to give me hell. Oh yeah, I blasted their tails big time. Now these suckers ain't making lives no more. Not about Kenneka. They're not making lives no more. So, so I'm not going to be long, peoples, because this is a long live, but this is a damn good live. In this live, it says, oh, I got to change the banner, peoples. Let me change the banner now. I'm up here, got a different banner up on here, but let me change it to the correct one now. Yep, there it is right there. And it says, peoples, Kenneka Jenkins, the plot thickens. This had everything to do with your brother. So I got the correct banner. Thank God that I came on to kind of like give a little bit of commentary, because I would have had the wrong banner up on the wrong video. But yeah, it works out that way. But I just wanted to tell everybody who's in the know, everything is absolutely wonderful right now. And so I am back in full splendor and glory. Everything is absolutely wonderful, and I want to thank you for your prayers. Thank you for your love and everything. Now, a few little things has changed and stuff, and but it's okay. I mean, it's okay, peoples, because I mean, it happens that way. But we just keep pushing, and we just keep pressing, and we just keep doing what we do, regardless if ones don't want to do. We still here to do. Is that all right, peoples? I said I'm here, and I'm not going nowhere, peoples. I am here, and I am here to stay. Is that all right, peoples? I'm here to stay. And so let's get back into this. But I see my peoples came in. Hello, Honesty. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Honesty says, hello, Edward. And then I've already got out a shout out to my brother. Hello, Mello. How are you, my friend? It is a blessing to see you on today. Mello says, Brother Ed. And so all of the people who is sitting back in the wings and watching and things, thank you. Thank you for keeping the likes up. And thank you for coming back and watching the channel. People, I tore it up last night. Oh man, it was just nasty. I tore it up on last night. And I'm working up on a short right now and stuff. So I'm going to post that up in things. But man, if you guys need to watch something, watch the last two lives that I did on the other day. The hilarious and nefarious mantra. I tore that shit up big time, boy. And I bet you those suckers would never show their face up on YouTube ever again. Not in the Kenneka Jenkins case. No. Because if they do, I'm going to come back and I'm going to make mincemeat out of their asses. See, the thing is, people, these YouTubers, they all the time want to talk so much shit and stuff. But see, I've only used their words up against them. Do you understand what I'm saying? So when you want to say that Kenneka Jenkins was at the Marriott, well, then you have to prove that Kenneka Jenkins was ever at the Marriott. Because if you don't, well, then I'm here and I'm going to make mincemeat out of you. And I'm going to call you to the carpet for the hilarious and nefarious madness that you've been saying. And that's madness, people. That is absolute madness. Because it doesn't make no sense. Do you understand what I'm saying? Doesn't make no sense for Kenneka Jenkins to be at the Marriott and you can't prove it. Watch the live on last night, peoples. I guarantee you'll learn and you'll love everything that I have done. All right, let's get back into this, peoples. Let's go. This is crazy, peoples. I haven't. Okay. All right. So what is happening here? Well, here, let me close all of these things because it's just taking me straight to the home channel. Oh, I see what they did, peoples. All of the videos and stuff that I ever had up, they're taking them down one by one. They're having me go to my homepage. See, look at that. All of the videos I had up. See, they're making me go to my homepage. So every video that I had up that ever was talking about this case, they literally shut it down. Y'all see that? Because now when I click on it, it's taking me to my homepage. Wow, that is really crazy. See, look at that. Now everything is going to be on my homepage. Let me look at these videos. Okay, so that is okay. That is okay. That is okay. That is okay. That
So
is
you
okay.
whip back with them.
That is okay.
And compare it.
That is okay. That is okay. That is okay.
I haven't got it.
That is okay. That is okay.
Like stuff I was in there like
That is okay.
FBI building on October.
That is okay. And then that takes me back to my homepage. I'm going to close that up. That is okay. That takes me back to my homepage. That is okay. That takes me back to my homepage. That takes me back to my homepage. This takes me back to my homepage. Okay. That and that and that. Wow. Y'all see that? That's amazing, people. They have literally shut down. And then look at this. Okay, yeah, I'll put that on private. So
Hey family, welcome back to the channel. Today
Okay. Wow, y'all see that? They literally shut down all of my lives. Literally. That's amazing, people. They don't want Edward Joseph to talk about this case, boy. That's crazy. You see it for yourself. That's crazy. Oh my goodness. Peoples. Well, that just goes to show, peoples, the things that I do, all of this madness that these people are saying, their channels is not getting stricken. Their videos is not getting stricken. But when Edward Joseph get on this case and I start connecting these connects to the connects, and you know what they did? They took down that video of when that lady started to speak the names of those people. You guys remember when Zach had got that call from that lady and she was telling him, stop talking about this case, and then she started naming off all of these names and stuff. They took those videos down. Look at that. Y'all see that? Because it's not up. It is not up. Let me go and see if I can find that video again. And I'm going to post it up because, again, that's important. And I think I need to reiterate upon that because, again, peoples, like I told you before, my way of thinking and my way of doing is methodical. And I'm getting results because, see, I'm not touching up on this madness that these other YouTubers are saying. I'm touching up on the stuff that is really getting their attention and getting the people to see unequivocally and undeniably for themselves what's going on without all of the noise. And so I'm going to get back to that, peoples. I'm going to get back to that. But let me see if I can find that video. Let me go to Zach TV. I've already got it on my live, but I want to get that copy. And then I am going to personally copy it. Personally copy it. So let me see. He was in a car. Yeah, Zach. Okay, here it is right here. See, nobody was paying attention to this. So I am going to go ahead and let me do this while I'm doing this. Let me call this up. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to screenshot this. Make sure that I have my, I mean, I got it in live, but I don't know which live I played it on. And since they're playing with everything and stuff there, I want to make sure if this ever get taken down, I'll have a copy that I know that I have. So let me go ahead and call this up and I'm going to play this again. I know you guys heard it, but I just need to do this myself. So you guys just have to bear with me. If not, then that's fine. Don't. I'm still going to do it. So let me do my screen record. Call it my screen record. Okay. Call this up. Let me move this over. Wow, that is really crazy, peoples. All right. I don't need this whole thing. I just need just that much right there. See, Edward Joseph is getting down to the nitty gritty and they're messing with my lives. They don't want me to talk about this because I'm connecting a lot of dots. And with this other video, I'm going to connect more dots. You guys will see it, but just bear with me. I'm piecing this thing together methodically. All right, so let me start recording. And let me get the screenshot. Let's go.
Yesterday, and they're saying that they're police and they want some money, whatever. The other person just called and don't. I looked deeper into the person. Now, there's a site on Mike's, what is his name, Mike?
First off, who is Mike? Where you get Mike from?
He is the one that, hold on, I wrote it down. Is it Mike Laurie?
I'm saying, like, was Mike in the kitchen? Was Mike?
Look at it.
What,
You need to take this information down and look at it.
I'm saying, was Mike? Was Mike?
God owns
Who?
this person, this white guy that I'm talking about, is a president
Okay.
of a big company, which is Intel,
Okay.
and he owns, what is it? Is it IBM? He owns IBM, but he's over Snapchat and he's over.
Okay, but tell me this. Like, what does this have to do with Kenneka?
Because they're joking about it.
He's
They were there.
hold up. He was there like at the time of the crime or what?
Right.
Are you hold on? How sure are you that he was there?
I've been reviewing their pictures all day today. These people, those white people that walked into the building,
Right.
the luggage and all of that stuff,
Yeah.
okay, they're from the what do you call it?
He what?
When they come and get body parts,
Okay.
okay, the guy in the stripy shirt has a stripy shirt on. Here's a picture from the company that he works with in Chicago. Organ donors, I forgot the name of the company. I didn't write that down today because I've been writing so quickly. Go to this here, GIFFARI
Okay.
and RAFSANJAANI.
Okay.
Okay, that's one person to look into. The other one is Joel Combs. JOELCOMM. He's the owner of IBM.
So why would these guys target Kenneka Jenkins out of everybody in that hotel?
Listen, they said on that piece of, they said they got a picture of Mona Lisa talking about her hair was all messed up. It's in the chat. It's chat. There's another guy talking too. He's a police officer. His name is Paul Manning. See, I'm giving this information. I'm trying to get quickly.
I'm listening to you. I'm driving. I'm on the E-way driving to a video shoot, but I'm listening to you at the same time. Keep talking.
Okay, it's Paul Manning. You gotta look into him. It's MOBINFILTRATOR. That's another person to look.
Okay. And these are suspects, right?
Correct.
Okay. I got a question for you. Why out of everybody, why you come to Zach TV instead of going to the police officers?
Because Zach, you said that you wanted to do this here.
Right.
You wanted to solve this here. I'm by myself. I don't have anybody. You just don't know.
Okay, tell me, do any of the friends have anything to do with it? Because I believe they don't have shit to do with it.
Oh, I believe they got a lot to do with it.
Whoa. You said the friends got something to do with it?
I think they do.
What the fuck? Where you get like?
I've been watching how the Illuminati, how the Baphomet. I mean, you know how they do their hands.
Hey, hold on. First off, why did you call me? First off, I don't know how the fuck you got my number. No disrespect. I don't know.
I got your number off of the Twitter account. You had it in the Twitter account.
Nah, my business number is on Instagram. Instagram.
That's it. It was on Instagram.
So, and you call, hold on. You called me private because you don't want the police to get your number, right?
This is the thing. They've been watching me the whole time. They've been watching off of my tablet and my smart TV. They keep sending me kind of little messages. They're into the phone. Do you understand the company that did this whole thing? The man that's involved in this here, him and his friends, they're joking about this here situation. On the night, they got the dates on there.
Wow. This is crazy.
It's deeper than what you think. I keep on trying to talk to somebody.
Okay.
I'm just like frustrated. I'm frustrated because they keep calling my house.
Hold on.
Because they're looking through, listen, there are cameras in these smart TVs. There's technology that we don't even know about. You understand? They even tell you it's in your phone. Those black screens, it's in your phone. There's a camera. They're watching you every day.
So why are you a prime suspect over the case? I don't get it.
Why am I a prime suspect?
I mean, not a suspect. Why are they on your ass so bad? Because you know all this information?
Because I keep on searching in the things and pulling it up. And every time that I pull it up, I'm getting a message sent back to me through my iPad. Then I got a phone call today.
Hello?
Kenneka Shaw, 706. I mean, I don't know no Kenneka Shaw. I was discussing it with somebody over the phone, and then all of a sudden, my home phone rings Kenneka Shaw.
And see, peoples, I'm still digging and I'm still talking. And every so often, I'll get all of these private phone calls and stuff, but I never answer them. Because if you can't call me directly from a number to where I understand, well, then you don't need to contact me. And so, although it's been 8 years still, 8 years is 8 years. In 8 years, I'm still on and in the field. And I'm still bringing out good, wholesome stuff. And I'm still reminding people what has taken place. And I'm going to increase my visibility up on YouTube, Facebook, and every platform and things. Because although they may thought that they have gotten away with murder, they didn't. Now, my thing is if some of these content creators, if we all can merge together and set our differences aside and they take off their narcissistic hat and thinking that they got all of the proof to the truth, we can be able to collaborate and we can be able to do some things. And see, I'm looking to work with some of these people and stuff, even though I'm on my campaign to say and do what I do, because we all got skills. Each and every one of us, we got skills, and if we can come together, we can be able to bring some real good light into this Kenneka Jenkins case. But see, all of these content creators, they're so headstrong and they're so high and mighty. Listen to what this young lady said. And I'm hoping that this young lady would just happen to go ahead and watch my live and stuff and reach out to me so we can collaborate. Because all of the information that she's given, I've already checked out. And I got a whole host of stuff, peoples. But see, I haven't talked about it yet. But I am. You know, I am. I mean, just because I haven't talked about it now doesn't mean anything and stuff. But I am going to talk about it. You know. And so this has always been my goal and objective, is to really get this out there. And you guys got to understand. See, when you continue to keep thinking about the night and all like this and stuff, and keep thinking that this girl is there on the night, you're only doing detriment to this case. Because you got to understand that, and you got to think out the box. And if you can just look at everything and how I'm putting everything together, because I'm giving you information without directly just saying, hey, walk this thing down X, Y, and Z. Because if you can get away from everything happening within a couple of hours on September the 9th, then I think you will do greater justice in this case. Because everything didn't happen on the 9th. It was a concerted effort, peoples. And then you got to understand all of the people who's involved, all of the people who was there. You know, y'all focus so much upon the kids, but it wasn't the kids, peoples. The kids was just the pawns. The kids doesn't control anything. So when you got different YouTubers who's talking about people in power and things and stuff, well, then, you know, you change your focus. But the reason why this case would never go nowhere, because everybody has their focus upon the kids and what the kids did. But the kids didn't do nothing but only what they did. But it was deeper than the kids. It was greater than the kids. It was always greater than the kids. The kids didn't have no money. The kids didn't have no education. The kids did what the kids did. But you got to understand that you got people who have businesses. You got gang members who works with these businesses. You got a lot of people who is in high places who have money. And so you got to understand that the gang members work with these business people. That's why you see a lot of missing kids and missing people in Chicago and stuff, because these gang members and all of these other entities is working with these people in these businesses, and they are gathering the people. That's why human trafficking and organ harvesting is so big. And it's big in Florida. But see, that sheriff, Jed, he's taking them down one by one. But once they take somebody down, somebody else comes. And once they take them down, somebody else comes. And then, you know, it just goes on from there. On and on and on and on and on. And that's what you need to understand, people. So this is the thing that I've been trying to get across to the people. But, you know, eventually you'll listen. Eventually. You know, eventually you'll listen. And that's a good thing. I want you to listen. Because you'll listen eventually. And then you'll get it. But if I can connect with some of these YouTubers and set aside our differences in things and collaborate together, man, we will be a force to reckon with. But until then, you know, I'm just going to continue to keep doing what I do. Because you got to be able to develop a tough skin, people's, in this type of business. You know, you do. And see, you know, you got to lay down the makeshift beef and look at the common goal. And I believe it's going to happen, people. So I truly believe that is going to happen. I truly believe that me and some of these other content creators is going to come together, and we're going to be a force to be reckoned with. I truly believe it will happen. I truly believe that. But all I'm doing right now is taking the focus away from all of this madness that these people are speaking and put it up on where it needs to belong. You know? And I'm going to break down and I'm going to shake down Casey Chloe Overa Sanchez Medina, because see, she keeps clouting and touting. Yeah, I got all of the evidence, I got the proof, I got the videos and stuff. Well, that's fine. That's good. Whatever you got, keep showing, because I'm capturing everything minus your mouth. So every time that you show the video footage in this case, I'm capturing all of that video footage. And every overlay that you do with your logos and stuff, it don't mean nothing to me, because I can erase the logos. You know, that's easy. I can filter that shit out and use that content. So keep talking, keep showing, because see, you blocked everything. But every time that you talk about this case, I'm right there and I'm videotaping it. And I'm capturing all of this good juicy. And that's what you do, people. You know, that's what you do. You know, I've learned that. So when Trey Gaines sits up here and clouts and show all of this stuff and things, I'm right there. I'm capturing everything. And then I just edit out all of the stuff that I need, and everything else I just discard, because I don't need everything. I just need certain things. And if he has it, well then, yeah, I'm getting it. And then I'm going to use it to the best of my ability for the things that I got going on. And that's it, people. You know, that's it. That's what you do. You know, that's what you do. Every YouTuber do it. If you look at it, every YouTuber do it. And so I can go to the degree to where I give them, you know, some shout outs and stuff, or I can just do it a different way. Crop it to the degree to utilize it to whatever I want and stuff, and be done with. And so that's the thing to do now, people. You know, so that's why I'm glad that they beefing. I'm glad that they're coming back talking about the case and stuff, because the more I talk about them, the more that it irritates them, the more that they keep showing different stuff. And then I just capture it. And then I use it for what I need it for. Do you see what I'm saying, people? And that's how you do it. You know, that's how you do it. And so, you know, so this is literally how you shut the people down and shut them up once and for all. Utilize their content up against them. You know, they don't like that. Oh, they don't like that at all. But I mean, you think I give two rats asses, people? I don't. You know, because they do everybody the same, and so I'm gonna do them just like they do everybody. Is that all right, peoples? All right, peoples, we're gonna get back into this and things. I just needed to come on just for a second and talk to you and stuff and whatnot. But yeah, we're gonna get back into this, peoples. So let's go.
That's crazy.
Thank you.
So basically, out of everybody in the world, you went to my Instagram, you say, okay, Zach is over the Kenneka case, or I don't know how the fuck you come about, but you like.
I watched your videos. I ended up seeing one of your videos, and you said that you, no matter what it takes, you were going to a school and you were putting on your shoes and said, no matter what it takes, I'm going to solve this case. I'm not asking for no money. I ain't doing this. I ain't doing that. I said, let me call Zach. Let me see if I can find Zach. Because I was going to get in touch with, what is it, Jedediah.
But you know the video, the video. This what's scaring me, ma'am. The video you're talking about, I put it on a Kenneka Jenkins discussion group on Facebook. That video is not on YouTube. I asked you earlier, are you in a Facebook group are you in a Kenneka group on Facebook? You said no. Hold up, listen. You said no. So I'm like, how the fuck she know about the video? How did you see it?
I've been watching videos all through everybody else's videos.
Okay.
I've been watching so many videos. And it's just, they put yours in there. They add yours in there. They add, what Mike talking about, Larry. He's talking about getting off. So he stopped talking about Kenneka at all. I couldn't get him. I couldn't get his number.
Okay. This shit is getting a little spooky, man.
Thank you. That's what I'm trying to say. Because there's two other guys that's on there talking about her with these men that I gave you.
I just don't understand why would they target her out of everybody?
I don't know.
Okay. And you're saying that we should not take our eyes off the friends?
Don't take your eyes off of them. And I heard today on one of the sites, it said that Monifa left town.
Monifa.
And she said she was taking a plane.
I really don't know the details on how she traveled.
That's what I'm saying. And she was just the other day showing all the money that she had to her friends and stuff. I'm just like, where would you get that money?
I mean, in Chicago, she could have finessed, she could have worked a job. Who knows?
Right. Yep.
So I don't know. I'm kind of lost at the call that you know what I'm saying? That you reached out. You got me. No, you got me a little nervous now. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Like, you know what I'm saying?
It's deeper than what you think, because I was, you know, when I got started looking at the pictures and putting it together, it reminded me, and they keep on saying it too, Get Out. The town, the whole town is connected.
Okay.
Which we already know. That guy is a family member, the one that brought that body out of there.
He's a family member?
The managers, the hotel, they're supposed to be family. They own a mortuary.
Okay.
A pet mortuary, too.
What?
A pet mortuary.
Okay.
And how is it that, see, I looked into Selena. Selena is out of California. Her friend is out of California. Now, with her friend being on drugs, on heavy drugs, you can't be a donor.
Okay.
And with you having surgery, you have to be there to have the surgery. You have to be there for a fresh.
Yo, so ma'am, hold up. I'm kind of lost because this, like, I'm headed somewhere. You just had me pull over and park. I don't know where the fuck I'm at. No, listen, but who? First off, let's start from the beginning. You just called me from a private number. Who are you? What's your name?
Oh, sorry.
Who are you?
But I don't want my name out there. I don't want my name out there.
But ma'am, yeah, I'm holding.
I just told you my name is Tanya.
Tanya?
Yes.
Okay, now, what's your whole ordeal with the situation? What
I have just only been looking into the case ever since I heard about it.
are you
I have been watching the videos.
are you trying to hide your identity?
No, I'm not trying to hide my identity to that. I'm just saying I'm looking at these white people that have talked about it online. And nobody's looking into them. And they're laughing at us.
Who killed Kenneka?
I can't tell you who killed her. I don't know. The only thing I know is I read their information between their little selves with their friends talking about what happened on Saturday night with the drunk girl. Hair all messed up. Go and look at their sites. Look at the people that Joel is talking to.
Who? Oh my God. Okay, ma'am. This why I'm getting scared, ma'am. You tell you.
Back, Zach.
Listen.
I would tell you to step back.
No. Whoa. You said leave the case alone.
Listen, it's deeper than what we think.
Yes or no? Leave the case alone.
Leave it alone.
I'm gonna leave it alone. I'm gonna take your advice.
Leave it alone for your safety.
Wow.
Leave it alone.
Okay. You I ain't gonna lie, you fucking scaring me. I ain't scared of shit, but you scaring me.
But I'm saying, Zach, it's deeper than what we think it is. And they want us to step back. That's why the police, the FBI, none of them have stepped in. Because they're connected. And when you have money, you can do anything you want to do.
So what you gotta, hey, listen, for somebody that's saying, oh, this is some bullshit, this isn't real, what do you got to say to people that don't believe this is true?
Oh, I would just say open your eyes and stay prayerful. I'm serious. Open your eyes and stay prayerful. Watch over your children, your family members. Watch over them.
Okay, so you saying do not, so I should never talk about the case again? Don't
even go into it because they're watching you. You have an account. You have an account that they're watching you.
Okay. And once
like I said, if you look into Joel Comer, you'll stop.
Okay. So okay, I'm gonna fall back from the case, ma'am. You know, I haven't been posting anything on Facebook because for some reason I'm blocked from Facebook. So
I'm blocking everybody. They blocked me.
Oh, hold up, you're blocked.
They've been blocking me for comments.
Wow.
That's why I said. And every time I put something in, I'm getting a threat.
And see, peoples, this is why I am always strategic. Okay, so now my mic is going out. See, this is why I'm always strategic about the way that I talk about this case, because, you know, you got to understand the connection. And she and the guy from last night, Alfred, was on some serious stuff. And this is what I'm trying to transcend from. I'm trying to get the people to see and understand. Stop focusing up on the kids. You got to focus up on the uppers, things that is greater than the kids. And then you got to understand everything didn't happen in one night. I keep emphasizing that. I keep stressing that. It's the reason why Lenore said that I need you guys to check out number 3 and 4. I keep telling you, Bill Murray was at the establishment. Yes, he's going to be at the establishment because he had a restaurant built there. So it's not uncommon for Bill Murray and all of these other elite people to be there. But you got to understand the things that they're in. You got to understand the Illuminati. You got to understand the things that they do. And I'm going to start cutting up these videos to start focusing upon those points that I've been making. So, and just keep blasting it out there, because the more that I keep doing that, the better it is and the greater the understanding for you to understand where I'm coming from. Instead of listening to all of this hilarious and nefarious madness, Trey Gay and Casey Cloy Olvera, Sanchez Medina is doing, because all they're doing is just doing it for clout status. I'm not doing it for clout status, people. I'm trying to get the people riled up so we all can come to battle and bring the attention upon where the attention needs to be upon. Who cares if all of these people is connected in whatever way or whatever and things like that? Peoples, if we don't band together, this case will never be solved. And you have to understand, it's greater than Shemaya, Monifa, Irene, and Bree. It's greater than them.
I need to shut up. I'm getting a threat. Well, those that are coming and telling and getting the information out there, I would say, those that are getting the information out there and getting it right, they're blocking you.
So is that why I was blocked off Facebook?
Yeah.
Wow. So tell me this, and you say you will not go to the cops, correct?
I'm not going.
So, okay, because are you from Chicago?
No, I'm not.
You don't want to give out your city and state, do you?
No.
Okay.
If they want to trace you, they're going to trace you, regardless. They're going to trace you.
Wow. Okay.
I don't have any accounts. I don't have Facebook. I don't have any of those Twitters. None of that stuff. None of it.
Okay. Wow. So you basically saying this is deeper than what we know, and we should all fall back. Step back. Don't talk about it no more.
Don't do it.
Okay. I don't know. At first I thought this was some bullshit. Like, who the fuck is calling my phone? This is my business phone too, and I'm like, who calling? And then you saying a lot of shit that kind of, like, you know what I'm saying, is kind of shaking me up. Like, step back. Somebody else, a lot of people told me fall back from this case, finish fucking with rappers and shit, you know. But now you saying people watching me, they watching everybody is.
Well, see, you got Snapchat and you have your Twitter account.
Right.
The person, Joel Coleman, COMM, he's the owner.
He's the owner of this social media site?
Yes.
So is that the guy? Is that the guy that's in it? Hold up. In the video, it's the coroner and it's the young guy, and he put something in his jacket. Who is that guy?
The coroner is related to the hotel manager.
What? This shit getting
an award. He's getting an award from one of the companies that harvest bodies in Chicago.
Wow. Hey, can I ask you what's your name again, ma'am?
Tanya.
Tanya. I'm gonna say this. I received literally probably like 7 to 8 other anonymous phone calls with people threatening me and saying, leave this fucking case alone, you nigger. This have nothing to do with you. You're putting your nose in other people's business. And now and everybody's been calling private except one number. It was a number that I couldn't call back. You know, it was like a 15 digit number telling me, shut the fuck up, never to release the footage that I have, never to talk about it. So I don't even post about it. But now, you know what I'm saying? You're shaking me up. I think that everybody just giving me warnings to just drop it, you know?
Yes.
Wow.
That for your safety, I would say yes. Step back, baby.
Okay.
Step back.
Okay.
Because if the mama really wants to find out what's up with her baby, I would be out there fighting to find out what happened to my child.
Tell me this. I got one more.
You look at her, and you look at how she's smiling. Hey, Live, it gets on my last nerve. Hey, Live, I can't stand it. It's all about her.
And so, peoples, is it that the reason why TM had said nothing happened to my daughter? Nothing happened to my daughter? And for the book and for the record, nothing happened to my daughter. She was left here at the party, but nothing happened to my daughter. Remember, TM said that she got threatened too. You do remember that, right? And she acted a certain type of way. So the question is, who was Kenneka messing with? Because Kenneka was messing with some high powerful people, number 3 and number 4. Who was Kenneka messing with? And who did her brother know? Because this is beyond Kenneka. It's all about the gangs, people. It's all about the uppers. And this lady is giving you a plethora of information. Because if it was about the kids, she wouldn't be here saying what she's saying. And that's why they had all of these YouTubers and Facebookers and stuff come to this case to throw everything off. That's why the editing of the videos and stuff. That's why everybody is saying all of this different mess and madness and stuff. But see, I stayed focused. I stayed laser focused because I didn't get all involved in all of that madness. And just because you're from Chicago don't mean shit to me. You know, because I get people all the time. Yeah, I'm from Chicago. You know, I know the streets and all like this. Well, if you know the streets and the streets is talking to you about the case and stuff, well, then why don't you say something? Because if you're not going to say nothing, then why are you telling me that you're from the streets? This shit don't mean nothing to me. So this is how I know and why I know that these people don't know shit. They just use it for clout status. Just like Rico used the shit for clout status.
She's not thinking about that baby.
How I got one more question. How are you getting threats if your account is disabled?
Phone numbers, you can trace phone numbers.
So you were getting threats through your phone?
Yes.
Wow. Wow.
Once they get a phone number, they can tap you into whatever you're doing, whatever you're saying. It's we're on this computer thing. They are hooked in to you. They know exactly what you're doing, where you at, where you're going.
Okay.
Just step back, Zach.
Okay, I'm gonna leave it alone. Enough said. I'm done with the case. I'm done with the case. You don't have to worry about me posting shit on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, or Snapchat about the Kenneka Jenkins case. Nothing. I wanted to post to. It's crazy because Sunday I wanted to put some I wasn't even gonna talk about it. I was just gonna post it from this lady page I'm on Facebook. I was gonna post me and Irene, but do not do that.
Don't even do that. I would say, for me, if it were me, I would make more copies and send them out to different places. Things that people that you can trust. Put it in a safety deposit box. Anything. So when it does hit the fan, you'll know. But I would step back.
Okay.
I would step back. Because I've heard online too that they have went into different people's places and taken their computers and all this other stuff.
Wow. Wow. Okay.
See, they have the technology. They hear me. They hear me talking due to the fact that everything in your home, those TVs, everything, I'm serious. I am so serious. Have cameras, can hear you, recording, they hear you. You got a smart TV, they hear you.
Okay.
But look at Joel Comey. Look at him. Pull up his Twitter account.
Wow. Wow, this is crazy.
And this the guy that worked at the hotel, that's that GIFFAR.
Uh-huh.
At RAFSANJAANI.
Okay.
They're friends.
And so, people, it takes me back to what Casey Cloy Overa Sanchez Mendina had said. What is going to come out? Let's go back to that, peoples. What is going to come out?
She said she grew up 3 minutes from Rosemont. God damn, they got me fucked up. She told me how she died, or she doesn't know the who or the why, but the hotel fucked up. Everybody kept saying, oh, the hotel moved her, and I kept saying, why would they do that? That would be fucking up so big time. They fucked up big time. They found her, they freaked out, and they moved her, and they threw her in the freezer to try to make it look like an accident. And I got this information in exchange that I'll do the fucking interview with them. So you can't say nothing yet.
Okay, and so that was Casey Cloy Overa Sanchez Mendina. Now, we're going to go back to this particular live, peoples. Let me go ahead and call up the live. All right, people. So it's going to take me a minute. So I'm gonna go back to the live, and I'm gonna go back to the live, and then I'll call it up in a second. It's going to take me a second to look for it. So let me go back to the live.
He's the security guard.
Okay. Wow.
And I feel for you all in Chicago because the police officer that was on there, Paul Manning,
Okay.
through Joel Comey, they're talking with one another. He's talking about the martial law that's going to come down on everybody.
Wow.
And there's a sick man on here. It's called Medical Guide. He calls himself Medical Guide.
So what's the biggest information you found out about this case so far?
Oh, I don't have to. I'm looking at what they're doing and what they're saying. Just by their words and their hint to one another as they're conversating with one another.
Remember when she said martial law is coming down upon Chicago? Well, what did Trump do? Trump sent the National Guard to Chicago, right? That's martial law. So all of the stuff that this lady said is manifesting itself today. And the people don't recognize all what is going on. And Trump said that he wasn't going to send the troops, but that was just to let the people to let their guards down, because he did send the troops. Troops is there in Chicago, peoples. And are they going to make a difference? Is there going to be a lot of bloodshed? Well, only time will tell. People said, well, bring it on. Let the troops come, you know. We're going to stand up for ourselves. Well, we're going to see what's going to happen. But she said that they were going to send the troops and it's martial law. And so there it is, peoples. So I found the video. So y'all hold on for one moment. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is Edward Joseph, and let's talk live. Casey called TM a bitch, exposing the nefarious. All right, let's talk. Well, today, people, it has been such an interesting day. I am here, I am live, and I am going to talk about some things, peoples. Peoples, I am getting ready to expose the nefarious Miss Chloe Olvera, better known as Holy Chloe. Now, peoples, I'm trying to get this in a nice little situation here, but it's okay. Okay, there we go. I think I got things kind of squared away a little bit. All right, peoples. I had to come on my phone to kind of show you this video because my son is still on the computer. So I decided that I'll come on my phone and show you this. So I'm gonna see if I can hold this as much as I can. So let me go ahead and start the video and you guys can hear it for yourself.
I know you're more into the governmental part of the case, as far I call it that. I don't know what else to call it. But as far as the stuff that goes on in this case. But when I found this guy's profile, I don't know why my mind went straight to you. But I just figured that you would enjoy maybe just scrolling through his stuff and looking through there. Just maybe it was something you said to me that clicked when I saw it in his profile stuff or whatever. I don't know, but for some reason when I finally found the guy, my mind went straight to you. Oh, she probably just finally got her copy of all those ones that I downloaded that time, because I've heard that they're making their rounds, and it's funny because everybody's like, oh look, I found out Sharice did this. Oh look, I found out this. And they're all the damn cover pages that it's like 20 something. Remember when we went through those at night, and I had found all those lawsuits that she did. One of them is from the city, or two of them from the city anyway. Okay, these are going to be some recordings for your ears only, just so you can get an idea of what that lady was telling me. And believe it or not, I've actually been letting Planet of the Fakes have a little bit of information. I give him one bite at a time, as long as he puts it out there correctly. Actually, the last few of his videos were actually stuff that was mine, like the grape site and stuff like that he did out about a week ago. That was illegal. You probably recognized it. That was all my stuff. Well, that's the one that this is Monifa's twin. I don't think he's guilty of anything like that, or even he was never even around it. It's just, I don't know. Like I said, maybe it's the friend of a friend or something. I don't know what it was, but my mind went straight to you, and it's been on you, and I just ain't stopped to do it. If you send it to you.
Yes, all right. So I told you I work on the west side, and so a couple of weeks ago, and I don't care what anyone says, Teresa got a ton of work.
Sound like anything you want to hear? I always thought the guy died until I finally found him. And because I keep finding nothing on him being dead. Not even with that name on the profile page.
Some of these I didn't listen to the recording before I sent them.
That's why it wasn't making sense, because I thought the same thing that everybody was saying he was dead or whatever. Now, I know her cousin had just recently died, but I thought the brother had died like a year, 2 years, something like that back. I don't know. And Little Breed and Little Pride were the rappers, and he was supposed to be Little Breed, but today I found another Little Breed. So, I don't know, they need to quit sharing so much.
I remember which one was the last one.
Okay, well, all these recordings, what I did, and I finished all of it, but basically, I'm
I shared these with her so I could share them with y'all.
But, also, I don't want to be incriminated if they get passed around once I do release them. So it's going to be little pieces like this, but at least they're in order. So you're intelligent enough. You can listen and you'll figure things out. The parts where she says, well, hypothetically, or let's say, but she's giving it like that. Basically, that's the parts where she's saying that she doesn't want to get implicated in telling what she knows, so she was going to be speaking hypothetical to me, even though it was legit. some people can be so dumb, and what it is one of his minions. They don't like me, and I know they don't like me because they don't like the way I believe. And I thought that the man really believed that Kenneka was alive and everything else, and he sent a link to me today, and I went to listen to it, and it's not on YouTube, it's on the internet or whatever, but it was him, and he was doing a live. The man does really believe that Kenneka was killed, and all this and that. I don't know what his angle is at going all these sideways things with it, but he really does believe it. Why would they go to a hotel for that, though? That's weird. Well, I've been all over that basement area. No, I'm just playing around. If it's true, they got stuff like that under there. They got it hidden well because it's got to be like some crazy shit. But see, that's still not going to convince me that it happened that way because Kenneka, they didn't know she was going to be there. She didn't have nothing special about her. And to get her body parts or do whatever, just on the oh look, we got an opportunity of freebies here and there and whatever. That's too big of a risk to be taking with it not being a scheduled organ harvesting, whatever you want to call it. All right, here we go. I'm going to see if I can get it to just play a consecutive one after another so that way I can not have to keep stopping and going so many times. But here we go.
And so you heard a lot, peoples. You heard a lot. You heard a lot, right? And you heard that they were taking Kenneka's body parts. You heard that, right? They went to the establishment because they were going to take Kenneka's body parts. You heard it. You heard it for yourself. And Casey, Chloe Overa Sanchez Medina is more involved in this case than anybody. And she was the main one who literally been in everybody's chat room to try to spin a different narrative because she is involved, as well as all of these other YouTubers are involved because they were there to spin the narrative, because it's an organization that takes human body parts, peoples. That's all you've seen. All of those people with all of those luggage and suitcase and things, those were people who were taking body parts. It's an organization. They lure people in to take body parts. She's a part of the organization, and I can prove it, peoples. This is one of the reasons why she tried to take down my channel. This is one of the reasons why they have literally taken down all of my channels. You've seen what had happened earlier. They took down my videos and everything and stuff when I was talking about this case. But I fought back and I got it all back and things. So you heard what she said, peoples. And that ain't even the tip of the iceberg as to all that I have. I have in-depth confession and in-depth of her speaking about this particular case. And this is one of the reasons why the police never did anything, because the police is involved. Everybody's involved. And the people whom the young lady who I played and stuff, all of those people are involved. So that's just a little taste, peoples, to show you the type of information that I have and why I have to go about doing it the way that I'm doing it now. but it's just to give you a little bit of insight who's involved in all of their involvement and what they've been doing. See, I don't have to play people. So I don't have to play games with nobody. You know, I just show and tell. And this is one of the reasons why they tried to shut me down. See, I got proof to the truth. And you're not going to try to shut people down if they didn't have proof to the truth, right? You're not going to try to shut people down if they didn't know what they were talking about. But if somebody knows what they're talking about, well, then you're going to do everything in your power to silence them, right? Well, they couldn't silence me, peoples. They couldn't. They did everything in their power, and they couldn't silence me. There's the proof right there. I just gave you a little snippet as to all that I have. And I have full recordings, not only of her, but of other YouTubers as well, that knows the inside juicies. This is why they don't mess with me. See, Trey Gang ain't got shit upon what I got. So Trey Gang, he can come with all of this crazy crap and all like that and stuff. But see, I just cut straight to the chase and cut straight to the real. Do you see what I'm saying, peoples? Straight to the chase, straight to the real. And see, Trey Gay would love to have all that I have, but he doesn't have it. And so this is one of the reasons why Casey Cloyd, Overa Sanchez Medina, this is one of the reasons why she stopped talking about the Kenneka Jenkins case, but now she's back again. But it's okay, peoples, because I'm back again. And I'm back to expose peoples. I'm back to expose. So let's get back into this, peoples, so you can listen and learn some more. Because it's beyond the kids, peoples. I said it's beyond the kids. And once you guys come to the acknowledgement and understanding of that, then you'll be able to understand a lot of what I have been showing. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? This is why the police ain't did jack in this case. Because they're all involved. All right, let me go back and let me find. Let me go and find. I just cut off of the live, so let me go back and find the live that I was just playing. Dang, I just cut it off. So I got to go back to it. I hope I didn't close it out, but if I did, then, you know, I'm going to try to go back to the part to where it started from. So now you see why a lot of people, why a lot of these content creators start talking about this case. You see that, right? You know, a lot of people start talking about this case. Because it's deeper than what they think. And then when they go even deeper, then that's when it gets even scarier. But see, I know how to navigate. You know, I know how to navigate. I know when to say things and when not to say things. I know how far to go. All right, so here, let me go back. Dang. All right, so I'm gonna have to go here and copy that because I had accidentally closed it. So let me call it back up. Hopefully, okay, good. So it took me back to where I started, where I left off at. That's good. So let's go back and let's go listen to this, peoples. Now you'll get a greater understanding as to what I'm trying to convey. Take the focus off the kids because the kids' actions is just only minimal.
So what's the biggest information you found out about this case so
All right, people, so I'm back. See, everything is starting again. Now my lives is being affected and stuff. They don't want me to talk about this. They don't want me to show this. But I'm going to show it, people. I'm not going to show it. I'm going to show it. So you guys just got to bear with me for one moment in things because it's a lot of shit that's just happening right now, and they're messing with my lives. They don't want me to show this. Okay, so I'm back again. So now let's take a look at this, peoples.
You had a good time partying up, being drunk.
right?
And they have a picture of Mona Lisa with her hair all messed up, just like they said Kenneka's hair was messed all up.
Okay.
Yeah.
So talk about the autopsy.
Talk about the autopsy?
Like, what do you feel about the autopsy?
I feel as though they had her in that room because I was reviewing a tape today where they were going in and out this room, and the security guard came in with some pillows and sheets and stuff. Why is the security guard going in and out of the room with pillows and things? Why is the security guard pushing a cart?
Okay.
Why are these people with luggage, with half of them with nothing in it? Half of them with nothing in it. You hear what I'm saying? Following that blonde-headed girl down the hallway. And the man in that striped shirt is the head person.
Wow.
Following her. Now he came out today talking about they had 4 or 5 rooms. And they said 5 people came up missing.
Right.
So did they have several people working in different rooms?
I don't. You know an awful lot, ma'am.
I've been watching videos. I don't have nothing to do.
Did you hear what she said, peoples? 5 people came up missing. Didn't I tell you, peoples, that many people were missing? But nobody wanted to believe me. But yet, I've been telling you that for years. I've been telling you that for years. 5 people came up missing. And so who are the 5? The 5 girls who played Kenneka, but it was actually 6. The girls who played Kenneka was the girls who came up missing. But the one who played Kenneka was Tanasia, but she was not one of the 5 because she was the 6th one, but she's still alive. And so the 5 other girls who played Kenneka, because I told you it was 6 girls who played Kenneka, but it was 5 girls that came up missing. And the 6th one is Tanasia. Haven't I been saying that for years? You finally get it now, people? You finally understand now, peoples? She said 5 people came up missing.
I have nothing to do.
Let me get this screenshot. Let's go.
Yesterday, and then they're saying that they're police and they want some money, whatever. The other person just called and don't say nothing. I've gotten 3 calls, really 4, within the same week. Now, I look deeper into the with these men that I gave you. Looking into the case ever since I heard about it.
Are you
I've been watching the videos.
okay? Okay.
But look at Joel Comey. Look at him.
Okay, people. So if you have taken notes as to what she was saying, and you're taking notes to what Zach had stated and things, I want you to reference something. The one thing she said that they called her and they can see you on your cell phone and on your smart TV and things. They have the technology. The second thing she said is that if the people got it right, they are blocking them. What do you think that they've been doing with Edward Joseph? What do you think they've been doing with my lives? They've been blocking my lives. The third thing she said that Joel Com owns the internet, the IBM. He owns all of this stuff. And so this is how he's able to track the people and take down different pages and block different pages, and my channel is always getting blocked from content that I put up because, again, Edward Joseph has been literally going in hard and heavy on this case. Now, for those YouTubers who sit up here and proclaim that they got all of the information and stuff, their channels has never been blocked. And you got to ask yourself the question. And so this lady is giving Zach some good, wholesome information, and she's telling him, hey, leave the case alone. Stop talking about it. You heard her yourself. So she's got accreditations, peoples. Because things that was happening to Zach, she told him about it. And she said that for the people who was getting it right, they're getting blocked. And I'm getting blocked all the time because I must be getting something right. See, peoples, I don't have to come in the manner to which all of these other YouTubers come. I come directly in the way that I come. And another thing she said is she watched videos. She listens, she learns, she understands. She understands what the Illuminati says and does and how these people act. And to focus upon the kids as well as the establishment. She said that the beverage manager and the coroner or the body organ harvester are family. She also told you, peoples, that they own a pet mortuary. And see, the thing is, all of these clues and these pieces to this puzzle has been given, and many of you still haven't been putting the pieces together, which I have, and I've been talking about it. Now, this screenshot is not going to do me no good because I've been going in and out. I should have just kept it up on the thing, but I'm going to play it back again another time, but not online, and then I'm going to download that particular live so I can have that. Or maybe I can do it like this. I can do it this way because I need that. I need that. So maybe I can do it this way. So let me call this up. But see, you've been missing the point, peoples. You've been missing the point. You've been missing all of what she had stated. She said, leave the case alone because it's bigger than what you think. It's bigger. And that's what she said. It's bigger than what you think. Leave the case alone. And that's what she said, peoples. And so that's amazing, peoples. Okay, how do I do this? It was one of the two that I used. Let me go home. Let me go to, yeah. She said, leave the case alone. And Edward Joseph can't leave it alone. And this is one of the reasons why they continue to keep doing what they do to me, to my videos and things, because I won't leave it alone. Edward Joseph just can't leave it alone. Okay, I know what I need to do. So let me go here. Let me go back. Let me copy that. Now I can have my own. So let me put that in there. Then I can get that directly. So I'm going to delete the other one. So there's a lot of there's a lot that is packed into what she was telling Zach, and this is what the people failed to listen to. And so I'm going to put this together, people. I'm putting all this together. So I'm just piecing it together and things and stuff, so the people can see and understand for themselves. Because see, is bigger than what you think. And if you notice, Zach, did he have 2 cell phones? Or did he have just one cell phone that he was talking off of? And did he have a camera in his car as well? Because remember, TM has a camera in her car. Zach, it looks like he has a camera in his car. Or was it a cell phone? I think it was a camera. I think it was a camera. And so that goes to show you, see, people, when you putting this thing together, you look at all of these things. You don't look at just and listen to just the narrative. You look at everything as a whole, peoples. Yeah, there it is right there. I got it myself. That's good. Got a copy of it myself. Good. Now I can put it in my editing software and break it down to the way I want it. Yep. See, that's good. I didn't want it with all the caption, but I mean, hell, that's the original. So if I want it without the caption, then all I have to do is screenshot it because we never seen a caption. So let me see if I can do it without the caption. But if it has the caption in it, it has the caption in it. I mean, I can't be beggy. Beggars can't be choosy. But I can always go back and play it and screenshot it and do it that way. But I'm going to see if I can edit out the caption. I'll wait till that comes up. I got a lot of things going on here, peoples. And so when you really start to break this down and you really start to listen, it's bigger than what a lot of people think. And I think people are missing a mark when this lady had literally outlined it and gave you volumes of information. It's bigger than what you think. If you really listen to Zach, he was saying way too much. And she was giving him some great information. But now, is this was something that they devised? I don't think so. I think this was authentic, true, and real. But I think that Zach tried to play stupid because he already knew his part, his role in the whole grand scheme of things. And I think this is one of the reasons why. This is one of the reasons why. Okay, so I got so much stuff on my computer. Wonder share. All right, so let me copy this in here first. And then I am going to go ahead and clear out the other stuff. Okay, so I got that. Now, let me clear out the rest of the stuff off my computer. On a live content. Live. All right, peoples. Let me show you these tacos. Log on here. Let me put this on silent. All right, there it is. People, y'all see those tacos? Y'all see those tacos? And y'all see the big screen? There's some things I'm going to have to share to my computer, people. So you guys going to have to bear with me because it was sent to my phone, but I'm going to have to share it to my computer. So, peoples, I had literally told you all that Kenneka Jenkins never walked the halls of that establishment. I told you guys for many years, people, that Kenneka was never there on the night. I told you that for many years. I've told you that Kenneka, oh, here, let me do this. If anybody want to come up to the panel, you guys can. You know, if you want to come up to the panel, you can. But I'm going to talk about this, people. I've told you for many years that Kenneka has never been at that establishment on the night. I told you that Kenneka was at the establishment on the 6th, contrary to many people's beliefs. I told you that Kenneka had met up with Bill Murray's son. That was caught on surveillance video footage. I told you that Kenneka had died on the 7th. Hello, Keisha. How are you, ma'am? It's a blessing to see you on today.
Hello, hello. How are you? I like them tacos. I wish I had one. I'm hungry right now, but I'm about to eat a salad.
I think something was wrong with your mic, and we're getting an echo.
And I got my headphones on, so is that good or no?
No.
Boy.
Whatever you did the other day when you came live, go back to that way because we can hear you.
Better?
No, it's kind of like
kind
of like you. Yeah, it's an echo and it's kind of like you distant. Whatever you did the other day when you came live, go back to that way.
Well, I'm in a room with my family, so I'm not sure what I did, but
whatever you did the other day, you were sounding a lot clearer. But tonight you don't sound crystal clear.
Okay, hold up. Is that better?
Let me say something.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay.
But we're still getting kind of like a feedback staticky like stuff.
Yeah, it's probably taking my headphones. That's only I have to use right now.
Go back to the original way that you were when you first came live the other day.
Okay.
All right, say something.
Okay, is that better? Is that better?
Keish, go back to the way that you were when you first came live the other day, because this is not the way you were. It's like an echo, and you sound so distant. Whatever you did the very first time that you came on live the other day. Say something.
I said, is that better?
It's a little better.
A little bit. Got my headset's on, so I put the mic on. You're gonna hear everything. Is that a little better, or are you still getting a little static stuff?
No, I don't hear the static. It just sounds like you distant, but that's. I mean, we can hear you.
Okay. Sorry for that. I can't do no better.
Well, what did you do the first time that you came on live?
I was in my car.
Oh, okay.
I was in my car.
All right.
So if you guys hear anything, just let me know, and I'll just mic it. I just mute it so you don't hear anything in the background. Just let me know. I'll just mute it.
All right. So I have always said that Kenneka Jenkins never. So why don't you just mute it until you're ready to talk? So then that way we
Okay,
don't
so that's what I'm gonna do. That's what I'm gonna do right now.
Yeah, then whenever you're ready to chime in, just
We're coming up on Kenneka's anniversary.
come on and chime in. All right, so let me see here. Trying to got to turn this stuff down. Let me turn on the sound. Okay, do that. All right, cool. So what I'm trying to do, people, is I'm trying to forward these things to my computer so we can call it up as well and talk about it. All right. So the first, okay, let me see. I'm trying to go back to this one thing that was sent to me. Okay, so I'm gonna share this first. And then as time goes by, I'm gonna start sharing. Not that. I don't want that. Cancel that. Discard that. I'm gonna share this first, and then as time goes by, I'm going to start sharing the other stuff to my channel. Well, I'm gonna share this first. So let me put that in there. Then let me see about this one right here. I think this is the same thing. All right. See that. Okay, let's take a look at this right here. And then let me share this right here. So I'm going to share this for starters. And then we're going to talk about this, people. Let's see, is that it? Yeah. Okay. So is it going to let me share it? Where's the share button? Okay. It's not going to let me share it. Is it going to let me share it? Well, oh, here, let me do this. Share that to Facebook, their group, that right there. Okay, there, right there. All right. So as time goes by, people, so I'm going to start sharing more things. But this is what I'm going to share for starters. Let me share this, and then let me share this. So like I say, I just got in, eating, trying to cook, trying to do all of this stuff. So, but, and again, people, you know, probably some of this, a lot of this stuff that you probably have already seen. I wish this wasn't pieced together like it is, because, you know, this would have gave me a full. All right. I'm going to share this just the way that it is given. And we'll see if we can put this thing together. Okay, share a couple more things. Don't worry, peoples. I got all night. I got time. I'm not in no rush. So, you know, maybe you are, but I'm not in no rush. And I just want to make sure that all of this that I got, I'll share it. And we're going to really start getting down to the good, juicy stuff. Okay, let me see. And then this right here. Share this. All right, Keith, I'm going to add you. Okay, and I think this is that, but let me see here. Let me share this as well. Right. So thank you to my YouTube supporter. You've always come through. You are just fantastic, and I mean, it's just amazing. Amazing work that you do. All right, I'm gonna share this for right now, peoples, and then as we get into it, then I'll start sharing the other stuff that I have, and we're going to work our way up and going to work our way into this as well. But it's a hell of a lot, so you just have to bear with me, because again, I wasn't really prepared. But you know me, I've always liked to do things on the fly, and that's how I roll. I always like to do things on the fly. So, people, as I said before, I've always said that Kenneka Jenkins has never walked the halls of that establishment. Ever since I've been on Facebook and YouTube, that has always been my mantra. That Kenneka Jenkins never walked the halls of that establishment. And as the years went by, peoples, and as I learned more and more about this case, my narrative started to change a little bit, to the degree to where I have learned more and more about this case from what I was saying previously on Facebook. But the one thing that never changed is that Kenneka Jenkins never walked the halls of that establishment. I've always said that. And you had people who made money off this case for all of these many years. Everybody was on this premise that the person who was in that video footage was Kenneka Jenkins. But see, what was so amazing is that the establishment has already told you from the beginning that this was a depiction. It was a perceived path that the young lady had supposed to have taken. And so Kenneka Jenkins was set up to be raped, sodomized, and ultimately murdered. Kenneka Jenkins was at the establishment well before the night. And we are going to see for ourselves, peoples, some things that clearly demonstrates and shows that these kids was there well before the night. And we are going to expose the op for the various things that she has said and she has been doing for all of this time. See, validation is key, peoples, because see, where many of you had sat back for all of these many years and had listened to this hilarious and nefarious nonsense and madness that these people has been sharing for the longest time, I've just been over here just debunking them all, one by one, with the various things that they say to do. They said, reference to case files. Okay, people? I referenced the case files. I sure did. And when I referenced the case files did not line up with that narrative of what they have given peoples. And so when I start to point out things in the case files that didn't line up with the videos and with the narratives that the kids have given, then everybody got angry, got mad, and start coming into my lives and start acting hilarious and nefarious because I was messing up their money. People were getting paid thousands and thousands of dollars a week talking about the Kenneka Jenkins case. Because everybody said that they had the narrative, they had the right information. And so people, so I sat back, and for 3 years, I've sat and I have listened to Teresa Martin, and I protected Teresa Martin for 3 years until someone in her family had sent me something and said, Mr. Joseph, I need you to take a look at this and let me know what you think. And that's what I did, peoples. That's exactly what I did. And when I saw what I saw, it literally set me on a trajectory to where I am now. And the thing that they have shown was Kenneka Jenkins with Bill Murray's son in the front lobby on the 6th. I was shocked. I was amazed. I couldn't believe my eyes. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. And I was saying to myself, well, how in God's name could Kenneka Jenkins be alive and be at the establishment and have connections with Bill Murray's son? How could that be? And why is it peoples that all of these other YouTubers and Facebookers is not even sharing this narrative? I couldn't understand it. I couldn't understand it. And so I was always on a quest as to what is to connect. How do I connect the connect to the connect? How do I do it, people? Because, again, that was very disturbing. I listened to all of these YouTubers, and everybody had a different take upon where Kenneka was, what happened to her, and this and that and the other. But nobody could ever definitively put their finger upon what happened to Kenneka. And so people's, after months and months and months of investigation and listening to all of these narratives and all of these things, I started to look at their lives, and I started to break down their lives. I started to look at the photos, and I started to break down the photos. I started to listen to the narratives that everybody was giving, and I started to break down the narratives. And the deeper that I've dug, the more that it has shown me. And the more that it has shown me is the more that I start to share with you. And the more that I started to share with you, the more that things became crystal clear to me. And the more that I started to connect with a lot of people. And people were sharing things and showing things that maybe many of you have knew in the beginning and didn't have the guts to say anything. And maybe many of you didn't know. And didn't want to say anything. But whatever your stance was, people, they still couldn't pinpoint what happened to Kenneka. You had a lot of people say that there's a lot of people coming out of the walls and in the halls. There's a guy in the kitchen with a red jacket on or a blue jacket on. And upon further investigation, there was nobody there other than some blue item or object that was in the kitchen. And so people started to take the videos and started to do all of these different things to the videos to make it seem like Kenneka was in those videos, people. But again, logic dictates, and it tells you that if a person was actually in a video, Miss T, well, then you should be able to see that person unequivocally and undeniably. Just as we see Monifa, Shemaya, Bree, is how we should have seen Kenneka. But we never seen Kenneka in any of that video footage. So what they did was they had a Pharaoh scan taken of the kitchen. And people say, well, you know, they did a Pharaoh scan and they did this, and that's not the kitchen that she was taken out of and things. My eyes do not deceive me. They taken Kenneka Jenkins' body out of that freezer, out of that kitchen. And regardless of what a Pharaoh scan may say or show people, it still doesn't negate the fact that Kenneka was already deceased several days before they even showed Teresa Martin her body. It was several days, people. She was already decomposed in the freezer. She was already decomposed, people. She was already decomposed in the freezer. But now, was she originally in that freezer? Well, no, people. No, she wasn't. I don't believe for one moment that was the first resting place of Kenneka Jenkins. I don't believe that, people. I believe that was the staging place of Kenneka, but not the first resting place of Kenneka. As many of you know, throughout all of the many years of listening to this case, Kenneka was transported all over that establishment. And Kenneka got raped and sodomized. But she got raped several times by several people. Now, why is my mic on? Yeah, my mic is on. Okay. Kenneka got raped and she got sodomized, people. And she was transported all over that establishment. And the reason why she was transported all over the establishment, because these people, these deviant, devilish, and demonic people, wanted to get their rocks off. This whole case was videotaped on closed circuit TV. It was a murder mystery game. It was a ritual night. A satanic ritual. A murder mystery game. And the ritual night started on the 6th. The very day that Kenneka Jenkins came to the establishment, people. It was the very day that Teresa Martin had stated in one of the lives. She stated, people, that, hey, live. How y'all doing? My fucking daughter is dead. That's what she said. That's what Teresa Martin said. Teresa Martin said, hey, live. How y'all doing? My fucking daughter is dead. That's what she said, peoples. So Teresa Martin said that. And not only did Teresa Martin tell you that her fucking daughter is dead, but Teresa Martin had said, Janaea, I love you. Wait until I get rich and you're going to see how much I love you. And see, peoples, that was on the 6th. That was on the 6th. And Teresa Martin's sister tried to shut her up. Oh my God. You gotta drink some, people. Teresa Martin tried to shut her sister on. Teresa Martin's sister tried to shut her up. She tried to shut her up. She tried to tell her, hey, You're talking way too much, and you're giving up way too much information. So you need to shut it down and shut it up. But see, Teresa Martin is just like Lenore Harris. She talks too much and she never shuts up. Teresa Martin ran her mouth, and Teresa Martin has gave us a major tidbit, people. Now, you had all of these people come in and come on and express all of these different things and try to explain away what was said about the ticket that was found in the car. But see, the thing is, people's logic says, Teresa Martin told you herself, she said that only 2 people drives her car because the insurance doesn't support no one else. It is Kenneka and her. Well, people's Kenneka was at the establishment. And that's where the car was, at the establishment, people. Kenneka was down there getting her groove on. Kenneka was down there getting her Skrilla, her Zilla, her Zillionaire. Oh, yeah. Kenneka and friend was down at that establishment twerking and firking. It sure was. Because see, people see, the one thing about the Crown Plaza Hotel that you need to understand is that it is centrally located not far from O'Hare International Airport. They call it Chicago Midway because Chicago, the airport, is midway in the United States. So anywhere in the United States that you fly, you always tend to fly to Chicago. It's one of the hubs and one of the major hubs. And the one thing about the Chicago airport, people, is that you got businessmen that flies in and out of the airport. And not only do you have businessmen that flies in and out of the airport, people, you got businessmen with money that wants to seek a little bit of honey. You know, take it like it's hot. I know that you're a thought, but you're not riff and you're not rot. But you need to go ahead and drop. And so when they drop those pennies, peoples, well, then that's when the money starts to flow. See, you know that these young people, they love to get giggy. They get giggy, people. They get giggy. They get freaky. They do all of this nonsense. And see, people's, the thing is, it's always going to be somebody who's going to control somebody else's VCAT. See, you got to pay dividends if you want to get in. And so don't think for one moment, people, that these girls is out there shaking their tutu and getting poo-poo. No, people. This was an organized crime scene. Peoples who's in the business of sex. See, y'all just think that people was just only doing back paging and all of that stuff. No, peoples, it is beyond the back page type of stuff, peoples. This is way beyond the back page. You know, back page ain't making the kind of money that these kids was making. Back page can't do the things that these kids was doing and stuff. And so there was an entity that they had affiliations with. Well, see, people, you've seen the many videos that Teresa Martin had did with young girls. all of these people is sitting around and twerking and all in their lingerie and doing the splits. Can you do a split on a dick? How in the fuck you think you got here? Who sits and say some nasty shit like that? Would you ever talk like that in front of your mama? But see, that's the relationship that Teresa Martin built with her daughter and her friends. See, you didn't know that Teresa Martin is a madam. And she is a madam. And the madam has connections, peoples. I told you, you got to connect the dots to the dots to the dots, peoples. She's the madam. And because she's the madam, peoples, she's got major connections for the guys who wants erections. And see, all they want is just a little satisfaction. Rub me down in some hot oil, baby, and I'll do the same for you. Turn them off. And let's get closer. But see, these white men didn't know anything about Luther Vandross and the things that he says. All they wanted to do was just get their little pinky wet. See, they walked with pinkies, stinky pinkies. You know, those little dingy dings. And it didn't. You a mess.
You ain't no damn good. You ain't no damn good. Mom, keep quiet. That's crazy. You knew it was coming. Oh shit. All right, let me stop. I'm about to mute. Bye.
And so people's, you know, that's what they do. The little jerk butts comes with the little pinkies, the stinky pinkies. You know, see, they can't compare with a Mandingo warrior. And so this is why the young, black, beautiful babes with the brown, round ground that makes these white men's make a sound, you know, the little pinkies, the little stinky pinkies wasn't nothing to them. It's like, okay, so we can turn up these Shreks many times over and make our Skrillas. And that's what they do. It's the industry, peoples. That's what these kids do. They were selling their tutu. They were selling their candy. They were selling their kitty cat.
What's a tutu? A skirt?
No, it's just another name for pum pum.
Oh, okay. Okay.
The Tinker Bell.
All right.
You know, that's what the white man calls these, you know, that's what the white men call them. Now, see, if we get ghetto fabulous, but then I that's too X-rated. I can't put that on here because that's too X-rated. The black man calls them a different things, but see, these are the words that these perverted white men speak about the young little chocolate tenderonis. All right, people, so I am back. I'm getting ready to go pick up my son, so if you guys make comments and I don't see, then that's the reason, because I'll be on the road. So can't drive and text, especially in California. It costs a lot to drive and text. But I'll be back within an hour, people. So you guys sit back, relax, and enjoy this live. Blessings to you all. You know, but see, the girls, they loved it because it didn't take them long. All they had to do was just stick that little ground round, and then the man here, oh, okay, that's it. Now I got to go to work. Just that quick. No satisfaction. Got a little tiny reaction, and that was it. And that's why these young girls love to mess with these white businessmen, because they will spend a lot of money just for 10 or 15 minutes. And sometimes it doesn't even last that long. They'll just sit there and just tell them to just dance for them, or talk to them nasty, or talk to them crazy, or whatever. And that's how they get their rocks off. But see, somebody was smart enough to go ahead and start a business. Started a business. And so by Teresa Martin already being in the business, well, it was another way to make money. Because remember what Teresa Martin said. Teresa Martin said that, Janaea, I love you. Wait until I get rich and you're going to see how much I love you. Well, peoples, how in the world do you think that Teresa Martin was going to get rich? Well, she was going to get rich by digging a ditch. Because she's a bitch. And bitches do stupid stuff like that, people. See, need I remind you, not only Kenneka Jenkins is dead, peoples, but her sister is dead. Her brother is dead. J Money is dead. And then she said a whole host of friends is dead. Her mama is dead. They're dead. And you know who's coming next? Lenora Harris, you're next. Lenora Harris, come on down. You're the next one on. We're going to take you out of here. People, see, I don't know if you ever heard or listened to what Teresa Martin said. She bragged about all of her family members who are deceased. And you got to ask yourself the question, how and why is all of these people around her deceased? And she ain't shedded not one tear but for her sister. And you know why she shedded the tear for her sister? Only because her sister knew the deviant, devilish, and demonic madness that she did, and her sister felt guilty. See, people, I did a live. I did a live, and my live was entitled. My live was entitled. I think it was entitled, but I have to go back and see. But I got to go back in at the time when her sister died, because I did a live, and I think I said exposing the truth, or no, the truth will be revealed in the Kenneka Jenkins case. That's what it is. That was the title of the live. The truth is being revealed in the Kenneka Jenkins case. And peoples, I went hard and heavy on that live. I went hard and heavy, and I went hard and heavy on Teresa Martin. And 4 days later, people, 4 days later, or was it 3 days? Three days later or 4 days later, one of the two peoples, her sister ended up dead. 3 or 4 days later, her sister ended up dead. I told you, Teresa Martin's family watches me all the time. They watch me. Sister, all her family, cousins, nieces, nephews, and the likes. They watch me all the time, and she's probably watching me now. And she knows, and she better be very scared because see now, people, I'm getting ready to go in these next couple of days. Oh, I'm going in. I'm going in because I'm getting ready to expose the setup of Kenneka Jenkins. And see, people's tonight and the next couple of days, you are going to see how the setup happened and who was involved and how Teresa Martin has gotten her money and how Kenneka Jenkins had gotten to be able to get in contact with Bill Murray and son. See, people's, I told you, the connects to the connects to the connects. See, Carl Nesbitt works for Bill Murray in the Caddyshack. Did you hear what I said? I said Carl Nesbitt. Carl Nesbitt has his own construction business, and he works for the Caddyshack. And Carl Nesbitt has ties with Bill Murray. Why? Because they are the brotherhood in the Masons. Because remember, when Carl Nesbitt came to the establishment, and remember, he was the one who gave the Masonic handshake to the man at the front desk. See, you guys missed all of this. You guys missed all of this. He gave the Masonic handshake to the man at the front desk. And if you know anything about the Masons, peoples, they all stick together. And you can kill, you can rape, you can steal, you can do whatever, and your brother will never tell upon you because they're all in it together. It's a brotherhood. The brotherhood. And that's why you see P. Diddy and Beyonce's husband, and all of them, all of them crew. You see, they do all of this devious, demonic madness. They put up a pyramid in the eye of Horus and all of this other stuff. See, it's you guys heard of all of the madness that goes on in Hollywood and things. It ain't nothing but a bunch of gays and lesbians and trainees and things like that. It runs rampant in Hollywood. Well, who do you think that was at the establishment that week, partying up on the 11th floor? Hollywood. They had the transvestites up there partying on the 11th floor. And that was significant, peoples, because remember, the lady that was up on the 11th floor came down when Teresa Martin came to the establishment waiting for her and said, "Oh, I seen your daughter." And I can't remember if she said that it was 2 men and a girl or 2 girls and a man. But either way, Kenneka was with somebody from what she said. And she was up on the 11th floor. And you remember when Teresa Martin came to the establishment and they were outside, they said that they wasn't looking on the 9th floor, peoples. They were looking at the 11th floor. And she said that they were looking down, looking at them in disgust. So why didn't Teresa Martin ever mention the 9th floor? And why did Teresa Martin never mention the 2nd floor, peoples? See, peoples, I told you, Kenneka Jenkins never been in Irene's live. So if she's never been in Irene's live, she was never on the 9th floor. And I told you that Irene's party was on the 2nd floor. Because if you remember in Irene's party, the ambulance or fire truck or whatever came to the establishment. And when they came, you heard it loud and clear. You can't get that type of sound, peoples, on no ninth floor. So they had to be somewhere down close to the lower floors. And I've told you they were on the second floor. I've told you that. You guys didn't believe me. Well, tonight, you'll believe me, people. After tonight, you'll believe me. After tonight, you'll believe all of the things that I have been telling you for all of this time, people. You'll believe. And so, people, remember in the transmission of the dispatchers, the guy who's on the horn says, 2 assaults in battery. 1 is alive and 1 is deceased. Well, who do you think that was deceased, people? Who do you think that was deceased? And then who do you think that was still barely alive? Who? You remember when they came to the establishment, they came to get the body, people. Had to take the girl to the hospital. You know, they had to play the role, play the game. They've already told you that there was some assaults and things that was going on, peoples. But see, what you failed to realize and see and understand, peoples, that a part of the game is to build the illusion for a conclusion. Hello, Armani TR. How are you? It's a blessing to see you on today. And so peoples, they had to build an illusion to a conclusion. Hello, Randall Robinson. How are you, my friend? It's a blessing to see you on today. Well, peoples, I just got back. I just got my phone fixed. Had to get the information transferred from one phone to another phone. And then I'm going to send this phone back. Screen had broken on the phone. So people's, my admonishment to each and every one of you, have your information sent to the cloud. Have all of your information sent to the cloud. I know some people don't believe in it, but now I believe in it. Send your information to that cloud. And make sure that you regularly, if you take pictures and videos, make sure you regularly back up your videos and pictures from your phone. So just in case, you have 2 protections. You have 1, you have your phone regularly backed up, and then 2, you're able to get your information off your phone. Because people's, if that screen breaks on your phone, well, they can replace the screen, but it's going to cost you. But you won't be able to retrieve your information unless you pay for a new screen. And then they'll be able to retrieve your information off your phone. But a lot of times what people do is when their screen break, you know, they go ahead and they just trash their phone or send it back in for the insurance, and all of their memories is gone. Well, I wasn't a big fan of sending my information on a cloud for someone else to be able to manage. But now I'm a big fan of it. But see, this is why I have 2 phones. I have the Samsung Galaxy 21 Edge Plus, and then I have the Samsung Galaxy 10 Edge Plus. So I just got a new phone for the 21. And see, with the 21, it doesn't send your photos, your videos to the cloud, but you can set it up to where it do that. And all of your other like app settings and things, it doesn't do that. but you can set it up to do that. You can set it up to do that. And so now I have my original. Now I have my original stuff on here, you know, which is really good. And so now I'm able to go ahead and utilize all of my old apps and things and get in here and do what I do. So which is really good. So I recommend you guys doing that and stuff. And then I recommend you getting a phone, or if you like with my Samsung Galaxy 10 Edge Plus, it has a SD card that I can put in there that I can, you know, connect all of my files and stuff to that directly instead of directly setting it up on my phone itself, the hard drive. So then if anything happens to my phone, I mean, all of my information will be on my SD card. And so that's cool. You know, my information is saved. But if you don't have it, well, then my suggestion to you is regularly upload your pictures and videos to your SD on your computer. So then that way you don't have this problem in, you know, you using I mean, you know, you're not able to access your videos or pictures. Now that was my biggest problem. I wasn't able to access my videos or pictures, so because my screen was cracked, so it wasn't nothing I can do. If I never would have turned off my phone, then I still would have been able to see my screen. And when my new phone came, all I would have had to do was just connect my cables and stuff, and then just transfer the information from one phone to another. But because I turned it off thinking that I'm just going to save battery life, that was the wrong thing to do, because then I couldn't get my screen back up. It wouldn't go back up. So thus, I would have lost all of this lady's wedding photos and stuff that I took with my phone, and some of the little clips of a video that I took with my phone. And I was like, well, the money that I spent to go ahead and I didn't get the phone fixed. I just had the information transferred. So what he did was he took the guts from my phone and put it on another phone with, you know, an intact screen. And then he was able to see, you know, what my phone is and stuff. And then he was able to go ahead and connect the transfer mechanism so I can transfer all of my information from one phone to another. So I transferred everything from my old phone to my new phone, which was really good. So I got all of my original content. But the most important thing was I got the wedding photos and the few little videos that I had. That was the most important thing. You can't put a price up on that. Cannot put a price up on that. And I've been procrastinating for the longest time. I've been saying, yeah, okay, well, I'm going to back up this phone and stuff, just like my computer said I was going to back up my computer. And I never did, but I'm going to take the time out to do it now. And so now I got a new phone with all of my content on it and stuff, and it's really good. I'm happy about that, you know. I got all of my contacts and got all of my videos, the pictures, and you know, I got all of my applications and things, that my original applications and stuff. So that was a good thing. So that's just to kind of let you guys know, give you a heads up. It's like, hey, you know, whatever you do, peoples, make sure that you back up your phone regularly, because you don't want to be in a situation that I was in. I was stressing all night long and hoping that that display would come back on, and it never did. and I was just so irritated because I wanted to come on live last night, but I couldn't because, like I said, you know, I haven't deal with my phone. My phone was my first and major thing because I was stressing because I was kind of like, well, I won't be able to have this young lady's pictures. You know, I won't be able to have these young lady pictures, and that was the biggest thing. And I was like, nah, I need her pictures. So, you know, I need to be able to have that. So that was my biggest thing. So, but it was cool. It was cool because, like I said, I was able to get it. So I got everything back now. So I'm happy. So I'm here. I'm live. You know, we're just doing what we do and things, and that's what we do. So I just thank God, man, because, whew, boy, that is bad, people's, when you don't, you got this people's information and you don't have it. And then they're looking for the wedding video and stuff, and you don't have it. And it'll be like, oh my God, wow. So I have it now. Thank God. I have it now. So that's just a little something to tell you and stuff. That's, you know, been stressing over that, but I got it now and got everything and stuff. And so that's good. My phone is restored back to its original. So I'm just looking at all of my apps and stuff and seeing all what I got. Put everything back in order. Upgrade my passwords and stuff on my apps on my phone. But the pictures, that's priceless, people. The pictures and videos, that is priceless. You cannot put a price on that. And there wasn't nothing under the sun that I wasn't going to pay to get that back. And I wasn't sending back this phone until I was able to retrieve that information. I know some way, somehow, somebody was able to do it because, you know, you can get your information off the phones and stuff. Somebody was able to do it. I made many calls with Samsung and stuff, and made many calls to the places where they repair your phones and stuff. And, you know, they say, yeah, we can do it, but we just have to repair the screen on your phone. And I said, but can you guarantee that you will be able to get the video in pictures? I don't care about all that other stuff because I've already got it off of Google. But I said the pictures and videos, do you have to do a factory reset on my phone? And they said, no. All you need to do is replace the screen because the gut is intact. The screen is what allows you to see what you saved on the phone. So all we need to do is just take out the gut, put it in another phone, or, you know, just replace the screen on your phone. Then we'll be able to see. Then we can be able to go ahead and we can be able to just copy your footage from one phone to another. But all it is just a screen, a little screen, just had a little crack in it, but I couldn't see the display. And that's all it was. And it's like, man. So that's what I was stressing over. So now my stress is relieved. Oh my goodness. I'm so happy and got everything. So I'm gonna pack up this phone, send it back to an insurance company so they can do their thing. I got me a brand new phone. It looks good. It works very well. I'm checking out the camera and everything and stuff. And, you know, that's why that's the purpose of me buying this phone, because the camera and video on this phone is priceless. You can't. This is an excellent camera and video, and the new ones is even better than this, but still. Oops. Okay. I just muted myself. That's what I was stressing over. So now we're going to get back into this. I'm going to play this video, peoples. I'll be back just shortly. I'm still here. I'm still watching the live and stuff with you guys and all, but I'm just going through my phone right now to make sure that everything is all kosher and stuff. So let's sit back, let's watch, let's relax, and let's enjoy. Let's go. So they covered every basis, people.
Shut this off.
They covered every basis. And so they had to cover their track. Everything that was going on was videotaped. And people paid good money. Remember, it was stated that over 2,000 people was watching. It was a pay-per-view scene. You had medical students who was there working on cadavers. You had medical students there who was working on real live people who was being raped, probably sodomized, but they were ultimately murdered. Oh, you remember the live in Zach Live when Pease had said it was just like Chainsaw Massacre, right? Well, what happened in Chainsaw Massacre? People was getting massacred. People, limbs was getting cut. Heads was getting cuts. Body parts was getting cut. Everything was getting cut. You remember that the establishment was closed because they were selling body parts, diseased body parts. And guess what? They were on another floor just lower than the police station. You guys remember that? In Chicago, in the city of Rosemont. You guys remember that? I played the live. They shut it down. Diseased body parts. Heads and legs and torsos and little pinkies. My daughter is crazy. I don't know what they were going to attach it to, but you know, somebody lost their pinky and they stuck the little white pinky on their finger. And so that's how they do the girls, you know. They got a little stinky pinky and they stick it in and ooh. You know how these girls do it, boy. They be screaming all loud and stuff and acting all crazy, foaming at the mouth, and the guy is still steady going, trying and thinking he's doing something. A little stinky pinky ain't doing shit to nobody. All it's doing is just teasing them. That's it. You know? My daughter is crazy. But people, that's what happens. That's what happens. I'm telling you. I worked in the hospital and stuff, you know. So I worked in the emergency room and things, you know. That's what they do. You guys think I'm lying. I mean, I can show you videos and things of how they cut up body parts and stuff and they attach it to people's limbs. You got people's dinkies and pinkies and stuff on people's hand. Ding dings on people's hand. Really? You know? Waving a finger and stuff, and he's giving you a finger. What the? What that is nuts? But that's what happens, people. So but real people get cut up and stuff. And you heard what Island Girl said about the girl who had I give you that information. I give you that information. Miss T, I've shown a lady literally getting her head cut off, literally. And when I shown that, the whole live had left because they couldn't stand to see the ritual go on. This lady, the guy had grabbed her by the hair, retracted her head back, took that knife and literally slit her throat, and then cut all the way around. And when he cut the carotid artery, all of that blood and stuff started to gush and things. And then he cut around behind her head and things, and then he snapped her head off because it was still attached by her spine. And her body is just sitting up there with her hands tied behind her back, and he was holding her head in front of her body. And that's the rituals, people. That's what they do. And so they had the medical students there working up on cadavers and things because, see, all of the people who was running in with all of these different suitcases and things, you guys remember the couple, the guy and the lady who came in with the little chest ice looking box and stuff. It was a box that you can transport organs. So you had all of these different entities at the establishment. You had the organ trafficking entities there because remember the supposed medical examiner or the funeral director. He was there. You guys remember that. He was there early. You had the sex trafficking people there, which we're going to get into in just a moment. You had the drug dealers there, the kingpins and things. You had businessmen there. You had the Masons and the Eastern Star. You had all of these people there. And you got to ask yourself the question, why was everybody there at that establishment at that particular time during that week? During that week, peoples. And see, I just painted you the big picture. I painted you all of these people who you had seen in the kitchen area. These drug dealers, these major drug dealers. And you had some channel creators and stuff who was naming these people by names and things like that. You've seen it yourself. They talked about it. But you got to ask yourself the question, peoples, why was all of these people there? Why? I tell you why. Because it was a ritual night. A satanic ritual. A murder mystery game. The 6th, it was the first day of the calendar, peoples. It was the 6th. It's the 6th. And that started the ritual night. Because, see, peoples, I've always told you, you have to learn how to read the signs and the symbols. The signs and the symbols, it tells you everything about what you need to know about the demonic and about this case, because everything went by signs and numbers, people. 6 times 3 is the demonic. It's 666. The first 6 is from the 6 is when Kenneka Jenkins came. He was there because she was making money. The second 6, which is a day before the 7th, which is holy, which is the number of completion. And then you go from the 7th to the 8th to the 9th. Because, see, it started with the holy day. That's why Kenneka died on the 7th, because it was the first 6. The second 6 was the 8th. It's when everybody came in and played the roles that they did. The 9th 6 was the reveal, which is the revealing or the resurrection of Christ. Remember, Christ has said in 3 days, I will rise again. 3 days. Well, that was the 3rd day. That was the 3rd day. And if you reverse the 9 upside down, it reveals what? A 6. So if you turn the holy day or the cross upside down, peoples, well, then that represents the demonic. You see the Exodus and how the cross was reverted upside down. So it was making mockery of the resurrection of Christ. 3 days she had to lie in state. And then on the 3rd day, which is the 3rd 6, she had to be resurrected, which is to be revealed. And that is the time to when you see Teresa Martin and Lenora Harris come to view Kenneka.
So, do you think they were reciting things from the Bible? And I know she probably wasn't, Teresa Martin wasn't holy, but you think she was reciting things from the Bible?
Yeah, that's what the ritual was.
Right.
See, the Lord had worked 6 days, and on the 7th day he rested. The Lord worked 6 days, and on the 7th day he rested. Everything in this was in stark contrast, or it was opposite of what Christ would have done. Sacrifice. Remember, Jesus sacrificed himself for the remission of our sins. Teresa Martin sacrificed Kenneka to be a sinful sinner. She was adorned in purple on the day of her supposed funeral. Well, purple is the color, and it means sacrifice. You see what I'm saying? You get what I'm going, right?
I follow you.
Yeah. So everything was in stark contrast, but in opposition to how Christ had hung, bled, and died. But see, Christ was the sacrificial lamb for our sins. Kenneka was the sacrificial lamb for the sinners, because the Caddyshack needed a blood sacrifice. If you know anything about the Jews and stuff, you know, they love lamb. They love kosher. Everything has to be clean and tidy, and you know, they go through all of these rituals to purify the meat and so on and so forth. Well, see, the thing was, Kenneka was pure in heart. It's not that she was a virgin, because they wasn't looking for no virgin, because Kenneka wasn't no virgin, but Kenneka was a virgin to a lot of the things that the people had said and did in life. You remember what Lenora Harris had said. Lenora Harris said that as long as I've known my sister, she only had 2 boyfriends. You see what I'm saying? So in the eyes of her sister, in the eyes of everybody, Kenneka wasn't like that. You see what I'm saying? She was pure at heart. She wasn't one that did all of this devious, devilish, and demonic stuff. Well, she was young. Yeah, she had sex. She did her things, but she kept it on the wraps. You wouldn't know it unless you had some video, or unless you was probably to be there to do the things that she did. But everything was in opposition.
Right. So by you saying all of this, so my only conclusion, well, not my only conclusion, but one could say is just my opinion. I'm entitled to my opinion. I'm thinking about debt. It's all about debt.
It's all about what?
Debt.
Sex. Yeah, exactly.
Debt.
It's all about sex. And I'm glad that you said that. Now let's get into this. Because I gave you a good, wholesome overall view. And I gave you to the degree of the connects. And so now, let's explore this for a moment. Let's go to Facebook. But before I do that, let me make sure that everything is clear. Let's explore Facebook. Because, see, you raised a very valid point, Keisha. And it is all about sex. Sex. So let's look at this. Let me share this. Let me share my screen. Okay. So let's look at this right here. And let me put on my magnifier. Okay. So then this is a Google search, but still, I'm not so much worried about the Google search as I am so much in awe of what is being spoken. Now, right here, it says, and I'm sure that you guys can clearly see it right here. It says, Jenkins family attorney Larry Rogers Jr. told the Chicago Tribune, the photos don't provide much comfort. Okay, you see what it says, right? It says, frankly, the photos depicting how Kenneka was found raise more questions about what happened to Kenneka Jenkins. Now, he didn't say Kenneka Martin, Keish. He said Kenneka Jenkins. He said, frankly, the photos depicting how Kenneka was found raise more questions about what happened to Kenneka Jenkins than they answer. Rogers Jr. said on behalf of the family, the images give a full tour of the hotel that Jenkins, not Martin, that Jenkins and friends had partied in before she stumbled through the halls of the building and into a vacant kitchen and walk-in freezer. Now, see, that is the narrative that they gave you, Keish. That's the narrative that they gave you. But now,
But
anybody,
it almost sounds like it's deplorable from
it is.
what you read. It's just like deplorable. A deplorable situation.
It is, because see what's happening is he's setting the scene. See, you got to understand that,
right?
You guys got to understand that the attorneys got way more information than what you guys will ever have. They know the truth, but see, they have a moral obligation. They have a code of ethics. And so he ain't going to go and ruin his reputation behind some bullshit and madness that Teresa Martin and friends associates in the likes is into. And when he found out what we found out, well, then he got ghost. Because ain't no black man is going to support a black woman and knowing that the various things that she's doing is demonic. Ain't no way that he's going to support her. Okay, so now let me go a little further now. Let me go a little further. Let me make sure that everything is kosher and clean and things, and then let me go to my next point right here. Now, I'm sure that you guys seen all of this stuff, and that's fine, but I'm still going to talk about it. But I'm putting it in perspective because, see, I told you, peoples, I was going to talk about it. But see, I talk about it, but I never talked about it until I'm talking about it now. Now I'm going to talk about it. Now let's look at this, Keish. Let me share my screen. Let me share my screen because this is the connect right here. This is the connect right here. Let's go to Facebook. It's called Kink. Kink Extraordinaires of Chicago. We specialize in BDSM, dominatrix and submissions, fetishes, role play, forced interactions, taboo explorations, and feminization. Kink.
So pretty much everybody's just getting the all cover up. Everybody's getting spanked and whipped and shit and chained the fuck up. Got all types of shit on.
Putting balls in people's mouths and
right. Facts. What?
Yeah. Hey, Keisha, look, wait a minute. Look. Let me show you something here. Let me show you something.
And what are you saying? I like this daddy with me more.
Yeah. Kink.
Damn.
Kink. Pinkies. They call them stinky pinkies. See, black girl calls them stinky pinkies because white men, whenever they get riled up and they get all in their lustful ways and stuff, they smell like wet leopards.
What you said? It smell like wet leopard.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
Oh damn! Okay, that's all good.
Yeah, they said that's why they call them stinky pinkies because they said that they smell like wet leopards.
Okay.
I don't know what a wet leopard smell like, but it must be something.
I'm pretty sure he stank. He stank. Sorry to interrupt you. Keep going, Mr. Arrow. Sorry.
You good? Keep talking. I'm just getting some ice and some juice. You good? You good? I was just getting some ice and some juice. But see people see. I got some friends and stuff who's into what they call escort service and stuff. Some people who I grew up with, girls who had took that route and stuff, and they're into escort services and things. And we be having some interesting conversations and stuff because I'll be kind of wondering, what do you do in your life? What do you guys do and things, and what is your clientele is like and stuff? And they just tell me. Now, don't get offended, you white men, because it ain't coming from me. I'm not into that kink shit. You know, that's you guys. And if you smell like a wet leopard, you smell like a wet leopard. You need to go get some deodorant or something. Jeez, you bad.
No, look. Oh man, you said white leopard. Ooh, okay, let me be quiet now and put myself on mute back.
But that's what it is, peoples. It's called kink. Kink. Kink stink. Kink. And so if you understand and read, the title and the things that they do. They specialize. It says we specialize in BDSM. Now, whatever BDSM is, people's, you know, you guys know these acronyms. All of you people who's into that shit. BDSMs and DOM is dominatrix and SUB is subs. And then fetishes, role play, forced interactions, meaning that they will force things in your body. Now, whether it be in the front part or the back part. And remember, they forced the rod in Kenneka's anal cavity. They forced it. You got taboo explorations and you got feminizations. You trying to chime in, Keish? You got disconnected. Okay, I thought that heard the little sound. So that's what kink is all about, people's. Forced sex. It's called, and forced sex is rape, sodomization. Sodomization, peoples. And Kenneka, let me show you this picture, peoples, because you guys seen this before many times over, but you didn't understand why all of this was around Kenneka's mouth. I didn't understand it either until my friend had told me that is the sign of a ball and chain that was stuck in her mouth. Look at that. Ball and chain that was stuck in her mouth. The ball was stuck in her mouth and the chain that went around her mouth. And that's why you got the scarring, the long scarring right there, because that's when the chain had scarred her mouth right there. You can clearly see that. It ripped her flesh. And see, people's, when you look at a wound like that, see, you can see the little flesh part right here along the side, the rim of her mouth. It's the same as this right here. And it is a long wound. And it struck me, peoples, because see, not only do you see it right there, but you see it right there, and then you see it right there on the edge of her lip. That's where the ball that was stuck in her mouth. That's where the ball was stuck in her mouth. That was part of the ritual. And they have a movie that's out to where these people literally had balls and chains stuck in their mouths, and they were out in the field, and all of these people was handcuffed, and these people were hunting them down. I can't remember that movie. I'm gonna find that movie. I'm gonna play that movie, but I can't remember the movie. But you remember the movie Surviving the Game, you know? All of these Hollywood movies is a portrayal of real life events, people, real life events. And as you can see, the scarring around Kenneka's lips is indicative of the fact that people is decomposing, and she decomposed even more so. But there's the evidence right there. Because again, people, you don't get these type of wounds if nothing was stuck in your mouth. But you see the wounds here. There it is right there. There it is right there. There it is right there. And look, it's all aligned in a line right here, as you can see, where the chain was stuck in her mouth and went around her neck to keep her from saying anything. And remember, let me show you this right here. I'm just walking this thing down, people. So I'm just walking this thing down. Let me show you this here. You guys remember him. Oh, you remember him, and you remember the nasty remarks that he made, huh? You guys remember him. Let me show you who I'm talking about, peoples. See, this is Surviving the Game. Y'all need to go see that movie, Surviving the Game, with Ice-T, when they had him in the forest area and they hunted him down. Well, that was the same like this. It was the damsel in distress, and they hunted them down. That's why they had different girls who played Kenneka, because they were picking them off one by one by one. They were picking them off. Remember the trainee that walked into the establishment with Monifa, Shamaya, and Bree. Monifa, Shamaya, and Bree went to the left. The trainee got snatched up to the right, and we never see his ass again. They snatched him up. They took him out. He's gone. It's over with, people. That was the end of him. No more. He couldn't survive the game. Murder mystery game. It's a game that they played, people. The game that they played. And all of this stuff was captured on closed circuit TV. It was the game. It was Surviving the Game, peoples. We have the damsel in distress, and she is supposed to be inebriated, walking the halls of that establishment. And so now we have the people lurking in the halls and in the walls and commandeering them as they go. So they paid the money to act things out, but it wasn't no acting, people. This was real life adventure for all of these people who was into this madness. Help me to make this make sense, people. Why did you have all of these bigwigs, these people in power, these people with money, these drug dealers and everything? Why do we only see them in the kitchen area? Because the kitchen is connected to the laundry room. The laundry room is connected to all of these places where they kept these people tied up, chained up, and being next on the list to be slaughtered, cut alive, burnt, whipped, beaten, sodomized, raped. All of this heinous stuff that you can even imagine, it was happening. You remember what Island Girl had said when she came on and she told you, peoples. He had told you that the young lady who they portrayed as Kenneka Jenkins, when she came in peoples, when she came in peoples, and I see your message. I see your message. I see your message. Let me stop the screen. I see your message. Island Girl Island Girl had told you, peoples, when the fake Kenneka came into to get an autopsy, you remember what she said, right? She said that the girl's inner part of her thighs was burnt to a crisp, literally burnt to a crisp. Her inner part of her thigh, she was burnt. And then she had the markings of Kunta Kinte all on her back, all on her legs, all on her face, all on her torso and arms. And it was like she was all cut up. People, who does that? Who does that? Island Girl told you what happened to the fake Kenneka, because the real Kenneka was cremated after she was identified, because they couldn't have two Kennekas hanging around, so they had to take out one. And even Teresa Martin had even admitted it at the gravesite. And she whispered to the little girl. She said, you know, Kenneka was cremated. Well, Kenneka was cremated. Who is that in the casket? Who is that in the casket? Certainly wasn't Kenneka. But people see this is the game that they played. This is the game. They put this stuff right in your face. And I don't care. I don't care what you say. You don't have to believe me. Sherry Shriner had told you, people, and she had shown you unequivocally and undeniably what was going on in that establishment. See, I wasn't the first and only one who was talking about this, peoples. Thank God for Sherry Shriner. Thank God for the videos and pictures that she's shown to show you unequivocally and undeniably what was going on in the establishment. See, it would be something different, people, if I was the only YouTuber that was saying this. But there was somebody who preceded me in talking about this. Sherry Shriner had shown you the deceased bodies of babies and people and pinkies, little pinky weenies and stuff, all in a bag in the freezer. A bag of penises, heads and arms and legs and feet.
That's a whole bag of Lucky Charms.
Well, I don't know how lucky it was.
Oh my goodness.
But Keith, they told you that, because even the Chicago News was on, and they told you that there was an establishment not far, and that was in Rosemont, that had heads and torsos and legs and arms and feet and all of this stuff. It was decomposing, and it was diseased body parts that they were selling on the black market. So I don't understand why people can't understand that this stuff was going on. It was going on right under your nose and right in your face. All of this stuff was going on, and they told you that. They told you from the very beginning, Kenneka Jenkins never walked the halls of that establishment. They told you that. They told you that, Keish. They said it was a depiction of her. And it was a perceived path that they had.
That's all they had. Because even though when we said a couple of days ago, we already seen what it was for and what it was about. Because it damn sure wasn't her. Because She didn't have no mustache.
No, she
Not
didn't.
that I know of.
No, she didn't. And you clearly see he looked favored her greatly.
What? But it damn sure wasn't her.
It damn sure wasn't her.
Damn sure wasn't her.
Now let me show you who had his jollies and things, because he was the one who had made this post. He was the one, peoples. Let me show you who this is right here. Because see, if you ever listen to the live that the young lady had called Zach and stuff, she gave you the names of the people. All you got to do is just go and look up the names of the people, look at their profiles, look at their bios and things, look at all of the things that they said and did, look at the things that they are involved in, and it will give you a whole good, complete synopsis as to who they are and the things that they are into. See, Keish, when I tried to go in and talk about the uppers, nobody wants to talk. Nobody wants to say nothing. Everybody wants to be silent because, see, they don't want to touch that. They don't want to touch that. Every time I talk about the uppers or going into the uppers and stuff, people get silent. People get scared. These YouTubers ain't touching this. But I said, well, you know, I said it's time. It is time.
It is time for you to be open and say what it is for what it is.
That's why I've been trying to ask the people.
Is what it is. And that's it.
Yeah. But they refuse to do it because this case has consequences. And so the thing is, if you ain't got nothing, huh?
Everything has consequences.
Yeah.
We have consequences in life. So what is that going to do anybody? It ain't going to do nobody no damn good to be silent. Hell, this is somebody's child, somebody's baby that's gone, you know? Everybody has consequences. Shit, I got consequences. And believe me, if it was a child of mine, just tell you, sometimes I ain't wrapped too tight. That's all I'm going to say. This is crazy. Let's talk. Tell it. And like we talked before, that the other girl, she gonna break. Because when you showed that last picture, she was on that live, she had something to say. It's like her mouth is stuck. And there ain't nothing coming out of it. But it's gonna happen one of these days. It's gonna happen.
Oh yeah, she's
Best
gonna
believe.
break.
Best believe.
She's gonna break, and she's gonna be the very one who's gonna break this thing open. She's gonna be the
You
very
ain't
one.
lying about that.
You see this right here, like father, like son. Bill Murray always loved these young women. Always. And like father, like son. You know, he just broke up not too long ago with that little that black lady, the little young actress.
He's a freakazoid.
Yeah.
It's a freakazoid. Come out. Well, I don't know how to sing the song, but you know where I'm going with it.
This is what they're into. And then the thing is, Selena Gomez had literally made a parody about Kenneka, because remember, she made that video about the freezer. But she was the one who was sacrificed to save this girl's life. There was a purpose and a plan for her. She wasn't hooshed up in no pyramid peoples. They needed her to keep her alive. Good.
But my whole thing is, you could have gotten anybody in the world to keep her alive. why was this young woman so important to him? I mean, really, anybody. You have thousands and millions of dollars. You could have gotten anybody.
I'm glad that you asked, because one, Kenneka was a perfect match. Kenneka didn't do all of that drinking and smoking and stuff like people tried to portray. That's where the innocence comes in. Okay, so she had sex, but she had good, fresh organs. A perfect match.
Right.
And not only was she a perfect match, but again, and this is what I've been saying all of this time. If I cannot get to you, I will get to your seed. Okay, so did you hear what I said? I said, if I can't get to you, I will get to your seed. So remember, her father was into the drug scene and things. Her mother is into the accommodations or escort. And that's just a light way of putting it. That's keeping it PG. But she was into kink. He had affiliations with kink. He had ties with kink. And she was helping the stinky pinkies get little young tenderonis. Oh, you've seen the videos that she did. She was telling the girls how to twerk and how to dance, and all of these different girls shaking their really their little backsides and stuff like that. And Kenneka is sitting up there. Can you do a split on a dick? How in the fuck you think you got here? Who says that? You've seen the videos of Teresa Martin grooming these little black young girls for these stinky pinkies. She was affiliated with kink. And you know, it was said that Teresa Martin was a guy at one point, and she had a sex change.
2 o'clock is time.
You know, that's what was out there. They said that Teresa Martin was a guy at one point. Well, I don't know if she was a guy or not. I can't make that call, people, because I don't know. You know, I don't know. I am going that far, and I can't make that call. But I do know that Kenneka Jenkins was a perfect match for Selena Gomez, contrary to what you guys say and think. It was a perfect match. And then the connect was that Carl Nesbitt worked for Bill Murray. Carl Nesbitt was affiliated with kink because, again, peoples. Let's look at this. Because, see, where the people think that there's no ties, no, it is major ties, peoples. Major ties. And now you're beginning to see the whole big picture unravel, because the sex trade was there at the establishment. Kink Productions was there at the establishment. Peoples. And the girls, Shamaya and all of them, was at the establishment making money. Peoples. Oh, yeah. Kenneka, all of them. They were down there. They were making money. That's how they make their money. King Productions. You guys remember when Shemaya, Kenneka, Monifa, and all of them was in King Rob's car? Y'all remember that? He was their protector. He was their protector. What do you think a grown man like that would be doing with these little young girls? You guys seen the video? And Kenneka, she was sitting in the car and she was just looking at him, just like, what are you doing? She had a disdain for him. But he was their protector. All of these people knew each other, peoples. They had affiliations. Kenneka Jenkins, what was into that gang life and stuff. And I said, if we can't get to you, we're going to get to your seed. And so these debts that needed to be paid, people, had to be paid. Somebody had to be sacrificed. And so you're going to be sacrificed. Well, why don't we do it at the place where they can make the most and get the bang for the buck? We get retaliation for the things that was done, for the bad deeds that was owed. We get paid for organs, and we get money because she gets money this way. Freshly made. They're all in together. Tink, James Coleman, Carl Nesbitt, Teresa Martin, Bill Murray and Son, and Joel Comm. People. Joel Comm. Let's go see his picture, peoples, because Joel Comm had made a very disturbing post, and you misread it. Joel Comm had said she had a rough weekend. And then he X'd out the Mona Lisa eyes. Peoples, do you know who the Mona Lisa is or was? The Mona Lisa was a gay man. Just like Kendra was a gay man. The one who Pease said that was at the establishment. How do you get Kenneka? How do you get Kendra from Kenneka? He wasn't talking about Kenneka Jenkins, peoples. He was describing the trainee, Kendra. Kendra. Why do you think that Kenneka's eyes was bulging and things? You know that old parody or thing, see no evil, speak no evil, hear no evil, no. Well, what is he doing, peoples? He's Xing out the eyes and saying, look, you don't see nothing, but yet you see everything. You see that? Isn't how Kenneka's hair was all matted and hanging down her face? They're telling you what they had done to that baby. And they're telling you, you don't see nothing. We did everything to this baby. He had a rough weekend. She had a rough weekend. And he posted it on 9/11. Remember, 911, how can I help you? You can't, for I am already dead. Peoples, it is the signs in symbols. I made a live about the significance of the signs. You guys remember that, right? See, all of this right here is signs. They are telling you what happened, and you're too ignorant to understand it. They can say anything and show you anything and can do anything, and you still won't get and understand it because you're too lame. And I've been trying to sit here for all of this time to express to you and to show you and to tell you the connects, and you still don't get it. So peoples, my thing is, if I'm sitting here lying, then what is it that you have in contrast to what I am telling you? What can you say? What can you show? Or what can you do to debunk Edward Joseph? You can't. And as you can see, peoples, this is an excerpt from a video. As you can see, 4 hours and 18 minutes and 35 seconds. And somebody had took a screenshot of what this man was saying. They found it important enough to go and screenshot this excerpt out of a live. That was important enough for them. After 4 hours, they had to wait 4 hours and 18 minutes and 35 seconds to get this. They're trying to tell you something, and still, people, I'm trying to educate you, and you still don't see it. You don't see it. Your eyes is X out. Googly eyes over here, question mark. Because see, the thing is, even when it's in your face, you still don't see it. You don't hear it. You don't understand it. You don't know it. Because again, people, you're not looking at this whole case in your lenses. That's why your eyes is X'd out. You will forever be in a perpetual bliss, because the first thing that you guys say is, oh my goodness, this case is so overwhelming. I just don't understand it. Yes, you don't understand it because you don't have eagle eyes. You cannot see. These people had been down at that establishment. These people have been down at that establishment well before the night. Well before the night. They've been at that establishment, peoples. These kids, all of these people, been there well before the night. He said, Monday, Lisa, remember, she had a rough weekend. But she didn't make it to weekend. She didn't make it through the weekend, peoples, because, see, that Monday, she was supposed to be starting a new job, helping the elderly, working at a nursing home. But she didn't make it, peoples. She didn't make it to help the elderly because they're taking her out. They're taking her out, peoples. Monday Lisa. That's why they didn't say no Mona Lisa. They said Monday Lisa, because it was supposed to be Monday when Kenneka Jenkins is supposed to have started her job. Well, Kenneka Jenkins didn't quite make it Monday. Now look at the stark contrast between Monday Lisa and Kenneka. Yeah, see that? This is the parody. This is what they said and felt about Kenneka Jenkins. This is what they told you. How she looked. You see the strand of hair hanging over the eyebrow of the Mona Lisa. You see the string of hair hanging over the eyebrow of Kenneka. Well, one is seen and the other one is not. I see you. I see you. Do the Mona Lisa look like a woman, or is it a man? It's a man. Look at the features, peoples. Look at the chin. Look at the eyes. Look at the broad nose. Mona Lisa or Monday Lisa is a man. Kenneka is all woman. Yeah, see that, right? You see her hair all over her head and stuff. Remember when Lenora had asked, because again, that was another sign. That was another sign. Remember when Lenora had asked, well, how was her hair? What was a straight iron? What was a straight flat iron and pressed? Well, if it was straight flat iron and pressed, remember, Lenora, you was someone who was supposed to have did Kenneka Jenkins' hair. So why are you asking how is her hair when you were the one who did it, or supposedly had did it? You see what I'm saying, right? So Teresa Martin had said, well, her hair was wet and it had soap in it. Well, why would anybody want to put soap in Kenneka Jenkins' hair? I mean, people, if she was killed at a pool, why would you want to wash her hair with soap? Help me to make that make sense. That doesn't make no sense, people, to wash her hair with soap. Well, the reason why soap was used because they had to clean the blood. You just can't rinse blood away, people. You have to wash it. And that's why her body was all adorned with soap and water. Peoples. Soap and water. Look at the stark contrast, peoples. One can see, one can't. She had a rough weekend. But you see what he's saying here? You can't see anymore. Because after we played the game, this is what it was left of her. I once was blind, but now I see. Jesus saves, Jesus saves. Well, she once was blind, but she ain't seeing down here. She's in heaven. She can see in heaven, but she can't see down here anymore, peoples. And so this is the game that they played. It's the game that they played. Because after playing the game, this is what ended up with this young lady. After she had the rough weekend, this is the end results right here. Blinded. She can't see. She's taken out. She's deceased. She's dead. And this is what he's saying with the googly eyes. He will never see again. You see the signs and the symbols, peoples? You see how the people in power is playing tricks on you? They're showing you, they're expressing it in the portraits and stuff, and they're saying you are too blind to see. You're too blind to see. That is what they're telling you right here, peoples. You're too blind to see the obvious. And where you guys are running around looking at Friends Cave and all of these people are on closed circuit TV watching all of this stuff unfold. They told you. They put it in your face, people. And you're too blind to see it. Let's go here, peoples. What does it say, peoples? Let's read this here. It says, when she was first charged in summer 2019, Jessica Nesbitt's attorney insisted she ran a legal business and paid her taxes. But Wednesday, isn't that significant, peoples? Okay, so hold on to that. But Wednesday, all right, so hold on, peoples. Let me take it here. Let me go to the calendar. Call it the calendar, peoples. Let's go back to 2017. And then let's go to September. All right, so when we look at the calendar, peoples, what is it that we see, peoples? What is it that we see? Okay, let me explain this to you. Okay. Wednesday was September the 6th, right? Wednesday. 7 days from that will be the what? The 13th, right? 7 days. And then, everybody always say, 13 is a bad number. They look at Friday the 13th, signifies Halloween. 13 has always been a bad number when people look at things. They don't like 13. But it's 7 days from the 6th, right? And then 7 days from the 13th will be the 20th, right? And then 7 days from that will be the 27th, right? Okay, so now let me show you. Let me show you some, peoples. Let me show you something. Okay. So here, we're trying to get that up there, bring it down. So, all right. So let's hold on for one moment, and then let's go and let's look at this right here. Let's go and look at this here, people. Let's look at this right here. Okay. So we have 9, right? Yes, y'all see that, right? We have 9. Saturday, the 9th, is the day to when they supposed to had found Kenneka Jenkins, right? 7 days from the 9th would be what? The 16th, right? Y'all see that, right? 7 days from the 16th will be the 23rd, right? And then 7 days from the 23rd will be what? The 30th, right? And so what do we have here? Saturday, September the 30th, 2017, peoples. Y'all see that, right? You see that, right? So if we count from the 6th, 3, 1, 2, 3. Y'all see that, right? 3 times 3 equals 9. Y'all see that, right? But the third day in reverse would be the third 6. So the 6 is upright, but upside down 6 are the reverse cross, are the upside down cross, are the upside down 9 will equals 6. Y'all see that, right? On the cross, when you see the cross, there is 3 points to the cross. There is the left, there is the right, and there is the head, which is the top. It's 3 points on the cross. You see that, right? It is 3. Well, when you revert that around, peoples, you flip the cross upside down. It was 3 days until she was found. You see that, right? Christ has said, in 3 days, I will rise again. But in 3 days, she was risen, peoples. But she was risen upside down. Oh, people, you're not getting what I'm saying. You're not understanding it, peoples. It's all in the signs, in the symbols. The signs and the symbols. It has a significance, peoples. You see that. Yeah, see that, right? September 30th, and it's a Saturday. September 30th, and it's a Saturday. But it's the third day, which is the upside down 6. Which 7 is the number of completion, but on the third 6, which is an upside down cross, because remember, we don't always look at it as it is, but we have to change it and flip it around. We have to turn it around. So 1, 2, 3, which is the third 6, which is the number of completion. But in this sense, we revert that 9 upside down, which makes it the third 6. Christ was revealed on the third day. He revealed himself unto his disciples. Well, Kenneka was revealed. That's when they found her. Because remember what Peace said. Peace had told you that they found her on the night midday. That's what he said, right? Y'all remember that, right? People, so I'm trying to educate you, and you still not listening. You are not getting it, peoples. You're not understanding peoples, because see, the thing is, you guys are so tied up, tangled up, wrapped up with all of this madness of what these people are saying, but you got to read the signs. The signs is in your face. It's just like what that guy had said. Everything is in your face, and you can be brainwashed. We put all this stuff in your face. He said, he told you he made money off of all of you because he fooled you. He put everything in your face and you still was fooled. I got that post. I wish I could find that post. I'm not going to try to look for it now. I'm going to go on, people. Let's go on. Okay, so you understand Wednesday, right? Things is happening on Wednesday. Okay, so when she first was charged in summer 2019, Jessica Nesbitt attorneys insisted she ran a legal business and paid her taxes. But Wednesday, she admitted ranging for prostitution appointments and charging rates of $300 to $1,000 per hour, depending upon the services. Jessica Nesbitt is accused of running a brothel on the west side under the name Madame Priscilla Bell. The west side. The west side of what? The west side of Chicago. Well, who lives on the west side of Chicago? Kenneka Jenkins, Monifa, Shamaya, Bree, and all of those other girls. Well, who do you think was affiliated with Madame Priscilla Bell? None other than Teresa Martin. Now, people, I want you to look at something here. I want you to look at something here, because again, I keep telling you, there's always significance in the signs. All right, you guys look at this. Look at this picture right here. Look at what she's doing, and look what she's holding. See that? Look at what she's doing, and look at what she's holding. keys. But where does she have the keys, peoples? Where does she have the keys? I just told you earlier, peoples. You're not listening. Where is she holding her keys? She's holding her keys on the stinky pinky. People, did you hear what I said? I said she's holding the keys on the stinky pinky. And remember, the white man has little pinkies that is stinky, that smells like wet leopards. My daughter is crazy. She is wearing the keys on the stinky pinky, people. I told you. I told you. There is a significance in the signs. How many people who you see walk around with keys on their pinkies? How many people? How many do you see? And then look what she's wearing. She's wearing a light pink shirt. You see that, right? I've told you, peoples, there is a significance in the signs. There's a significance in the signs. There it is right there. And it's telling you a lot, people. She has the keys on her pinky. Okay. You see that, right? And so what did Shemaiah and Monifa say, peoples? They said that they came back in to get her what? Look what she got, peoples. Her cell phone and her keys. Right? Y'all remember that, right? That's what Shemaiah and Monifa said. They came back to get her cell phone and her keys. Y'all see that, right? Well, what are they telling you? They telling you the deed is already done. She's gone. She ain't here no more. She dealt with the stinky pinky. She's in their hands now. And they have the keys, people. They have the keys. There it is right there, peoples. See, you are not paying attention, peoples. You're not paying attention to what's going on. They are telling you. When you see Madame Bell, peoples. I told you who Madame is, peoples. Teresa Martin. Madame. Now you see Madame Priscilla Bell. And who does that remind you of, peoples? Detective Kevin Kitten Bell. Madam people. See that? See that? Madam. Had the keys on the stinky pinky. That is nuts. Yeah, see that, right? Madame Priscilla Bell had the stinky pinky. See, I told you, peoples. It's all in the signs and symbols, peoples. Remember, that's what Monifa and Shemaiah went back for the keys and the cell phone. But the keys was on the stinky pinky. All right, people. So okay. So let me go on a little further here. All right. Kink Extraordinaires has been described as the premier dungeon of Chicago. My daughter is crazy, boy. He is nuts. Kink Extraordinaires has been described as the premier dungeon of Chicago. Its website said offered beautiful, psychologically sophisticated kinksters who play out of a private 5-floor dungeon with multiple fully equipped theme rooms. The business, officially known as Selective Management Enterprise, Inc., was based in the 2400 block of West Augusta. Okay. Nesbitt lawyers made headlines months after she was charged. Nesbitt advertised her services on her own website, kinkextraordinaires.com, as well as others like Backpage. Oh, you guys remember Backpage, right? Okay, let me say this again, because I don't think that you guys are understanding what I am trying to convey to you. kinkextraordinaires.com. So Nesbitt advertised her services on her own website, kinkextraordinaires.com, as well as others like Backpage.com and Eros.com. Priscilla and Nesbitt use email accounts to invite clients to sex and fetish parties with names like Black Tie Bazaar and Halloween Mischief. So peoples, if you ever did your research about the Crown Plaza Hotel, they do this all over in all of the Crown Plaza hotels, especially around the Halloween time. They have the kinky, the stinky pinky parties. Peoples dress up like bananas, tacos, and weird type of whatevers and stuff. I mean, Halloween time, man, these people just go crazy with all of this madness. They dress up with all of this weird stuff. But they be having all of these parties and stuff at these establishments, people. And that's what was happening at the Crown Plaza Hotel. It was a kinky event. She is crazy. They had a kicking event at the establishment, peoples. It was happening that week. It was happening that week. And so remember when Teresa Martin, on the 6th, he said, Janaea, I love you. Wait until I get rich and you're going to see how much I love you. Well, why did Teresa Martin say, Janaea, I love you, and wait until I get rich and you're going to see how much I love you? Because she knew that Kenneka was going to be sacrificed. People. Nesbitt and her employees accepted more than $1 million in cash or debit and credit and gift card, the prosecutor said. Okay. So when you are making that kind of money and you're bringing good, wholesome Black kids into an establishment, well, $1 million in cash, people's debit and credit and gift cards. Janaea, I love you. Wait until I get rich and you're going to see how much I love you. Okay, so when you are a madame and you got connections with Madame Priscilla Bell, well, peoples, what do you think you're going to do? You're going to round up the troops. Round up the troops. You're going to round up all of these beautiful young Black tenderonis, and you're going to have them come out to kink. The stinky pinky. It smells like wet leopards. You're going to round them up. You're going to round them up and you're going to send them down to the Crown Plaza Hotel. And then you get your cut out of people's butt. You see what I'm saying? Remember, they have forced sex and do all of this crazy stuff, and they have fetishes and things. I just read to you the description of what they do. Pink. Remember, they had a trans party on the 11th floor. Remember, Teresa Martin focused her attention on the 11th floor. She didn't focus her attention on the night. They said that they was in room 926. Well, if they was in room 926, why did Teresa Martin focus on the 11th floor? Remember, the lady came down and said, I've seen your daughter on the 11th floor. So when Teresa Martin came down to the establishment, peoples, She didn't put her attention on the 9th floor where Irene was supposed to have had her birthday celebration. She didn't focus her attention on the 9th floor, people. She focused her attention on the 11th floor where the trainees were partying. People. She focused her attention on the 11th floor. Peoples. Not the 9th. Not where everybody said, well, Kenneka was there. Remember, Irene's sister said she was laying by me. She was laying by me. I played the live to you last night, peoples. And they tried to allude and to conclude that Kenneka Jenkins was in the room with Irene and friends. But that was so far from the truth, peoples. Because again, it's just like what I showed you. They blinded the eyes. And they said that you cannot see. Because what is in your face, you still can't see reality. I'm not drunk. I am enjoying myself. Well, was she? Was she ever in the room? Did you ever see her? Did you ever see her? You never seen her, people. You never seen Kenneka Jenkins in the room, people. You never seen her. See, this is how it was, people. This is how they did you. They shown you all of these pictures, and they said, "Oh yeah, Kenneka was in there." But did you ever see Kenneka? See, that's how it was, people. This is how they played you, because this is what they were showing you. That's how they did it, people. They moved all of this stuff around and they gave you an illusion, and you came up with a conclusion. She had to pyramid in her system. She was drunk. They told you she never walked the halls of that establishment, but yet in the same narrative, they went on and said that she was staggering drunk near the front desk. Wait a minute. Wait 1 minute. How could she not be in the video footage, but yet she's in the video footage? They told you it was a depiction of her. But then they turn around and say that she was staggering drunk near the front desk. So you see how they switched it up? First they tell you, this ain't her. She ain't in that video footage. Then they turn around and tell you, yeah, she's in the video footage. She's staggering drunk near the front desk. And then 7 minutes later, oh my God, peoples, did you get that? 7 minutes later. Oh my God, peoples, come on. Let me go to the time, because see, I've shown that the other day, peoples. Let me go to that time. Let me go to that time. Let me see if I can find that. Y'all remember that? Y'all remember me talking about that the other day, right? Y'all remember me talking about that? I don't think this was it. This wasn't it. It was the other one. Let me see. Okay. Okay. Here we go, peoples. Here we go. Remember there's that 13 again, right? Y'all remember? There's that 13 again. See, Saturday, September the 9th at 1:13 a.m. in the morning. Ms. Jenkins arrived at the Crown Plaza O'Hare Hotel at 5440 North River Road, Rosemont, Illinois, to attend a private party in a hotel room. Okay, remember what Kink said. What did Kink say? Kink said that its website said it offers beautiful, psychologically sophisticated kinksters who play out of a private 5-floor dungeon with multiple fully equipped theme rooms. Said private rooms, right? That's what they said, right? Private rooms, peoples. So, are you understanding it now, peoples? It was a private room, peoples. Private room. Yeah, see that, right? Private room. Okay, so let's go back to that, people. So let's go back to that here. All right. Let's go back to that here. It says Jenkins was seen on closed circuit TV. Peoples. That's what it says, right? It says Jenkins was seen on closed circuit TV. That's what it said, right? Exiting a lower level elevator. And then look, people, you guys are still not getting it. 7 minutes later, 7 minutes later, 3:25 to 3:32 is 7 minutes, people. Here we go again. 7 minutes later. There's that 7 again, people. 7 minutes later, Miss Jenkins is last seen on closed circuit TV as she moves through a first floor kitchen. So she's on the lower level. She's on the lower level, but 7 minutes later, 7 minutes later, people, Miss Jenkins is last seen on closed circuit TV as she moves through a first level floor kitchen. 7 minutes later, peoples. Y'all see that, right? So peoples, Miss Jenkins is seen on closed circuit TV exiting a lower level elevator. Okay, y'all see that, right? Y'all see that? Y'all see that, right? Okay, so let's bring this down. I'm gonna keep that open. Okay, so let's go to the let's go to the video, peoples. Go to the video of Kenneka Jenkins and how she was walking off the lower level elevator, according to what the case file says. I mean, what the case file says, right? So you guys remember, it says Kenneka Jenkins was walking off the lower level elevator. That's what it said, right? Okay, so let's see if we can find Kenneka Jenkins walking off the lower level elevator. Let's see if we can find Kenneka Jenkins walking off the lower level elevator, because that's what it said, right? It's exactly what it said. Okay, there it is right there. There it is right there. Okay, let's take a look at this real quick. I'm gonna keep that on mute for a moment. Okay, so I don't want to listen to the narrative and things. I just want to see if they're going to show the fake Kenneka walking off. Okay. Okay, so we see him coming in. Damn, boom, right here. Okay. So 3:30, you know, coming in at 3:30 in the next hour. So why did they jump? Okay. There we go, right there. So there we go, right there, people. So it says that Kenneka was right there, people. There it is, right there. Okay, so let's call that back up. Let's call that back up. And I want you guys to see something here. Let's stretch this out a little bit. I want you guys to see something here. So it clearly said, it clearly said, because this is what the case file said. Y'all see that, right? That's what the case file said. Case file said that at 3:25, Kenneka is exiting, as we see here, a lower level elevator. A lower level elevator, okay? And so within 7 minutes, people, 7 minutes. So he's exiting the lower level elevator, as we see here, peoples. And then in 7 minutes, at 3:32, Miss Jenkins is last seen on closed circuit TV as she moves through a first floor kitchen. So in 7 minutes, Kenneka was supposed to have got off the elevator, as they show here, walked down the hall, as they show here, and then up in the first floor kitchen. How? Because when she walked in this trajectory, peoples, the only way from down here is, and let me show you. Let me show you, peoples. I'm glad that you asked. You asked, I'll show. Let's look at this here, people. Let's look at this here. Because that's what the case file said, right? I'm only showing what the case file said. But see, in a trajectory to where this young lady was going, she had to come through here. There's the stairs. She had to come through here. How is she going to make it through here and up on the first level kitchen, people? See that? How she's going to come through here in 7 minutes, because she had to come through here. You see, it already took several minutes to get from where she was over here, and then from where she was right here, people. Because this is the stairwell right there. That is the bathroom where she walked into. She came out. Y'all remember? She walked down this hall. We seen her. When we seen her, we only just seen her in the next clip, just walking down this hall. So how did she get off the elevator? And then in the next scene, we only seen her walking from down this hall and down by the stairs. How did she get over here, people? If she's on the lower level elevator getting off at 325. And help me to make that make sense, people. How in the hell did she get over here? How? How did she get over here, people? How? How, peoples? How? There she is, right there, peoples. So, same stairs, same stairs. You see that, right? That's supposed to be her. And she's walking from this area. She's walking from here. She's walking from here. So, but how could that be when it says that she was right here? 325. So how did she get from right there, peoples, to right here? See that? And these jackets and the body don't even match, peoples. See how she look? And then look at how she look. I mean, when we come close on that face, you can see. Let's look at this. Boom, right there. Right there. Do that look like Kenneka, peoples? Okay, let's play that again. I'm going to try to save this in my editing software. Okay, look at the face right there. Do that look like Kenneka? Okay, here, let me blow this up. Do she look like Kenneka, peoples? Do that look like Kenneka? Yeah, let me. Okay, there it is. Good, very good picture. Do that look like Kenneka, peoples? Okay, so here, let me go ahead and let me get a screenshot of this, and then I'm gonna get a screenshot of the person who's getting off the elevator. Let me get a screenshot of this, people. Because again, okay, this is all done in it right there. It's just that right there. Let me get a picture of this, a screenshot of this, people, right there. Okay, so we're gonna save this as the fake Kenneka in the hall. All right, we're going to save it in Kenneka's folders. Make sure that we save it in Kenneka's folders so we can get back to it. Okay, save it in Kenneka, save it in Kenneka. All right, so we got that. Now let's go back to this right here. Come on, don't do no commercials. All right, so let's go back to let's get a see how it's funny how it just jumps from right here to right there, and they don't even show you how she got over here, peoples. Okay, so here, let me see, trying to get a good picture of her. Okay, so you see right here, when she get out the elevator, everything is intact. Her as you can see, her bra is on. It's not pulled down. You can see that, right? Her bra is on. It's not pulled down. Okay. As you can see. See, her bra is intact. Okay. All right. So I guess that is going to be as best I'm going to get as far as a picture. Okay. So that is as best that I'm going to get. All right. So now let me compare this picture, peoples, to the one that we just taken. So let me get a screenshot of this right here. Let me get a screenshot. Where is that? Right here. Okay, we're going to get a screenshot of this new. All right. And that is about as much as we need. Okay. We're going to just say, Kenneka getting off the elevator. Oh, I already got it. The elevator. Well, let's just do number 2. All right. So now we got both of those pictures, people. So now let's go back to Kenneka. You can keep that right there for a moment. Let's go back to Kenneka folder. Oh, I got 2 Kenneka's folders. No, wait. One is, no, okay, Kenneka's originals. All right. Let's go back to Kenneka's folder and let's look at. Nope. Let's go back. Okay, we're going to put the fake Kenneka. Okay, let's call that one up. And then we're going to put down Kenneka. Getting off the elevator. Number 2. Okay, cool. And then let's do the other one. Kenneka getting off the elevator. Kenneka getting off the elevator. Okay, yeah, that was that. Well, I don't want to see that one. All right, so now let's look at this, peoples. Let's look at this. Let's look at that, peoples. Now, look at these 2 girls right here, peoples. Now, is there any resemblance in these 2 pictures? Because as you can see, there they are. One getting off the elevator, and then one is walking down the hallway. And then the narrative is that okay, let's go back to that narrative. Okay, here. Yeah, well then let's do this then too. Let's put that one right there. Okay. Remember, that was supposed to have been Kenneka. Okay, y'all see that, right? Do they look alike? These are screenshots and things. Do they look alike? Do any of these three girls look alike? Or whatever? Let's shrink that down a little bit. Okay. Do that even matches people's? Look at the jacket. Do the jackets even match? Do the hair even match? Do the body style even match? Do this even match? There it is in your face, peoples. Do they even match, peoples? Any of them? Y'all say it's Kenneka Jenkins. This girl has a watch on the left wrist. This person has a scrunchie on the left wrist and a watch on the right, because look at the watch. You can see the little light thing right there, and it's right there. And remember, when did she ever remember the girl that walked into the kitchen had her cell phone in her hand? The girl that walked into the kitchen had a cell phone in her hand. This girl has, our guy has some tissue in her hand. Not a cell phone, people, some tissue in her hand. And this person don't have nothing in her hand. So help me to make that make sense, peoples. How could this person have tissue in her hand? This person getting off the elevator has nothing in her hand. This person has nothing in her hand, but yet in the kitchen, when we see, and you see the picture, you see the videos, the girl had the cell phone in her hand. How could that be, peoples? How could that be? And do any of these three girls look alike? Do they? They can't look alike, peoples, if they are not wearing and they don't have the same objects or materials or items in their hand, peoples. How could that be, peoples? They don't have it. And then the narrative says that she was walking. She was walking, peoples. She was walking. Let me see where's that picture at? Where's that narrative? There it is, right there. 325 Jenkins is seen getting off the elevator, as we can see. 325. 7 minutes later, I told you about the 7 peoples, right? Remember how I shown you the calendar about 7, right? I've shown you that. I walked it down. I told you everything is about signs and signals. Signs and signals and numbers. The significance of the signs. You got to understand the signs, people. This whole case is evolved around signs and symbols and numbers. 7 minutes later. And see, people's let me bust your bubble again. Let me bust your bubble again. Okay. Now this is going to be so significant right here. Look at this right here. I want you guys to see something. Look at this right here. Okay, y'all see this, right? Do you see what I'm saying? I don't think you see what I am saying. Okay, so let's take a look at this right here for one moment. Okay, let's take a look at this for one moment. 2 and 5 equals what? 7. Even though it's 25, but 2 and 5 equals what? 7, right? You see that, right? And then 5 and 2 equals what? 7, right? Y'all see that, right? And then 7 minutes from 3:25 to 3:32 is what? 7, right? But you got 3 sevens all in this equation right here. You see that, right? You got 3 sevens all in this equation right here. Now, let me bust your bubble even more so, okay? Let me bust your bubble even more so, okay? So now look at this. I want you guys to see this. I want you guys to see this, right? All right, let's take a look at this right here. I want you guys to see this because this is so significant. And I didn't even think that you even see it. Okay? I want you guys to see this right here. Let's look at this. So, September the 10th, right? September the 10th, right? I want you guys to see that clear. September the 10th, right? Okay, now look. You got 3 sevens. 2 and 5 is 7. 5 and 2 is 7, right? Y'all see that, right? And then 7 minutes from 3:25 to 3:32 is 7, right? But then look at this. From the time to when she was last seen on closed circuit TV, moving through a first level kitchen, 3 and 7 is what? 10. You see that, right? 3 and 7 is 10. And September the what? 10. Or September the 10th. You see that, right? And so what does it say when it equals 10? It says Rosemont Public Safety receives a call from Teresa Martin, Miss Jenkins' mother, saying she can't find her daughter. There's the 10 right there. She can't find her daughter. There's the 10. The 3 and 7 equals 10. 10. 911. How can I help you? You can't, for I am already September the 10th. Dead. I'm already dead. Do you guys understand what I am saying? Do you see the significance of the sign? Do you see how the numbers is all aligning up, peoples? Do you get it now? Do you understand it? See, you guys are not following me because, oh my God, peoples, you're not getting it. You are not getting it. And I'm trying to explain to you, and you still are not getting it, peoples. You're still not getting it. And then I want you to notice another thing, peoples. And you just haven't noticed it yet. But understand one thing, peoples. Look. 1, 2, 3. Do you see that, peoples? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Y'all see that now? Do you get it? Are you understanding what I'm trying to convey here, peoples? You see how the numbers is adding up, peoples? But see, the thing is what he said right here. It's what he said right here. I'm trying to get this to. Where is that? Oh, here it is right here. Look at this, peoples. Look at this. 1, 2, 3. Do y'all see that? 1, 2, 3 threes. Y'all see that, right? 3 threes. 1, 2, 3. 3 girls. Y'all see that, right? And 3 plus 7 equals 10. 3 girls. She's missing 7 minutes later, peoples, in a whole nother area of the establishment. Y'all see that, right? 3:25 to 3:32, 7 minutes. And I've shown you on the calendar how from the 6th or from the 7th to the 30th equals 3 sevens. Because it was 7 days from the time that they have on her obituary to the day that they bury her. Y'all see the signs? Y'all see the symbols? And y'all see the numbers? Peoples, how in the world did the supposed Kenneka get from the lower level elevator at 325 only to be going down this hallway into the bathroom, coming out from this trajectory to coming in here, because this is where she would have had to go. But it says that she was walking on the first level kitchen 7 minutes later. Well, how could that be, peoples? How could that be when this is the route that she would have to take, because was the trajectory where she was going? But it says here 7 minutes later, she is last seen on closed circuit TV moving through a first floor kitchen. How could that be? But this is the perceived route and path that they said that she has taken. Let's walk this route. Let's walk this route. Let's go the other way. Let's walk this route, because this is what they said that she has taken. See that? You see the officer right there holding the door, peoples? They're saying that this is the route that she's taken. Y'all see the officer right there, right? He's holding the door. Okay, so they're saying that she walked up these stairs. And then there is the double doors that she would have to come through. And here's the kitchen that she would have to walk through, because this is the kitchen that she had walked through in order to walk straight right through the double doors, past this little area right there. And there's the camera right there, peoples. There's the camera right there. You see that, right? So this is a real kitchen. Don't care what the Pharaoh scan says. This is a real kitchen. And this is the kitchen that they had taken out her body. So why would she want to walk right into this kitchen, straight trajectory, right to back there to the freezer? Why? Why, peoples? That doesn't make no sense to me. Out of all of the places that she could have gone, if she took that route, but we know that she didn't take that route, because again, the case file said that 7 minutes later, she's walking on the first level kitchen. But how could it be 7 minutes later when we seen her going to the bathroom, come out the bathroom and all like this? And it would have took some time for her to go from where we just been around to get to the first level kitchen. Because how could she come this way and we see her walking up the ramp? We see her walking up the ramp. And then the case file said that, let me go to the case files, people. I'm going to hold that to the side. I'm going to hold that to the side right there. I'm going to hold that to the side. Let's go to Kenneka Jenkins' folder. Because in the case files, peoples, let's bring these down. This is what the case file said. The case file said that Kenneka Jenkins was staggering drunk near the front desk. So, peoples, how in the world could she have did all of this in 7 minutes and then staggering drunk near the front desk if she was to take this route that they proclaimed that she took. Let's see if we can find that. Okay, here it is right here. Around 10 p.m. Saturday, police told Jenkins' relatives that they had spotted her on video from about 3:20 that day, staggering near the front desk. How could Kenneka be staggering near the front desk? And .325, she was last seen on closed circuit TV exiting a lower level elevator. Peoples. Around 10 p.m. Saturday, police told Jenkins' relatives that they had spotted her on video about 3:20 a.m. that day, staggering drunk near the front desk. But at 3:25, Jenkins is seen on closed circuit TV exiting a lower level elevator, as we seen here, people. And then 7 minutes later, Jenkins is last seen on closed circuit TV as she moves through a first floor kitchen. How? How, peoples? How did that happen? Now, I just shown you the route that they proclaimed that Kenneka taken. And so when she is getting off a elevator, it snaps right into the other scene of when she was walking down this stairwell or walking down this hallway where the stairs was. The pictures that I just showed you, people. I just showing you these pictures. I just showing you these pictures, peoples, right here. How peoples did she get up to the first level kitchen in 7 minutes? How, people? It ain't no way that this young lady can get to all of these places. It ain't no way that she can be omnipresent. She's not God. She can't be in all of these places at the same time. Peoples, Kenneka cannot be in all of these places at the same time. And as I've shown you, there's 3 of the Kennekas, but I've told you 6 girls played her. There's that 6 again. And the reason why 6 girls had to play Kenneka, because that 6 represents the first 6 of the 666 of the ritual. why they had 6 girls. Had to be 6 girls. It was girls that played Kenneka Jenkins, or 6 people. I can't call them all girls. You know, you got trainees there too. People say, "Am I tearing it up tonight?" Are you finally understanding the significance of the signs? And then you had here, you had him telling you. He said all of the stuff is in your face, and you still too blind to see it. 911, how can I help you? You can't. Well, for I am already dead. I'm already dead. I mean, people's is all in your face. It's all in your face, people's. And then look at this. Look at this. Here we go again. Here we go again. The complainant also stated that the listed contacts number 3 and 4 were from out of town and were attending a party. Were attending a party at some point of the evening. The complainant was not able to provide any further information on the victim's listed friends' contacts at this time. But then here we go again. 3 and 4 equals what? 7. 3 and 4 equals 7. You see how everything is adding up to a certain number, peoples? Everything, every instance is adding up to a certain number. Do you see the significance of the signs, peoples? Do you understand the significance of the signs now? Do you get it? Do you understand it? Do you understand what I'm trying to convey, peoples? I don't think you understand what I'm saying, peoples. All of these things, peoples, is adding up. All of these things is adding up. She had a rough weekend. We are doing all of this stuff in you guys' face, and you still can't see it. And that's what he's telling you right here. Everything that's happening, and you still don't see it. The significance of the signs. You still don't see it. You see that, right? Okay, so let's go here, peoples. Let's go here. Kink. Kink. So you have what, peoples? You see that? You see that, peoples? A guy dressed as a girl, a trainee. See that? You got Madame Priscilla Bell right here. Then you got all of the other people. But then you got Chocolate Brown, who is a fella. Look at that. You can tell this is a fella. This ain't no girl. Kink. Peoples. And look at all the different rooms and things that they got going on and doing. See, that's what kink. Kink has all of the older ladies, people. Kink has all of the older ladies, but Madame Martin has all of the younger ladies, peoples. Madame Martin. Kink. All right, peoples. Y'all hold on for a moment. Let me share a few more pictures. Let me share a few more pictures. I want you guys to see something here. Y'all gonna be shocked, peoples. But now, I'm just gonna go ahead and do this, peoples. Y'all give me a second here. Let me just go back to the main screen. Y'all give me a second, peoples. I'm just gonna go ahead and do this because now you are going to see something, peoples. Now you're going to see something here. Now this is going to shock the mess out of you. And I'm fit to show you who the op is, peoples. Let me share this. I want you guys to look at this, and I want you guys to listen to something. All right, so give me 1 second because I gotta do something real quick. So I'm gonna stop sharing my screen for a moment. I'm getting ready to go here. Let me call up this real quick. I'm going to go here. Quick, let me close all of this stuff down. I want you guys to listen to something attentively, but let me go ahead and do this first before I do anything. I'm fit to show you who is an op, a major op. And I've been calling her out forever and a day, and nobody has been believing me. But you'll believe me now, peoples. You will believe Edward Joseph now. You'll believe me. In a major way. I wasn't going to do it like this, but then I said, well, you know, let me just go ahead and do it. Let me just go ahead and do it. So let me do this real quick. Yeah, give me a second. I gotta do something real quick. See, I gotta do this real quick. So then that way everything will be copacetic, peoples. You know, everything will be copacetic. Meaning everything will be in order, everything will be good. See. Okay. Y'all give me a second. Okay. Y'all give me a second. It is uploading right now. Y'all give me a second. See, people, this is what research will do for you. This is what research will do for you. People will always show their true colors and they will show themselves. And I'm not finished, people. So I'm not finished. After we watch this, I'm not finished. But I decided I'm going to do it this way. Okay. So I got this right now, people. So just in case that it disappears, because, you know, they all the time like for things to disappear. Just in case it disappears, I have my own copy. So I make sure that I copied this first before I show you. Now, peoples, I have told many of you that those kids were there well before the night. This is proof positive that these kids was there well before the night. And guess who's narrating it, peoples? I'm getting ready to show you who's narrating it. And she is getting ready to showcase herself, peoples. She's getting ready to showcase herself. So wait. Let me look at this, make sure that everything is copacetic and things before I show it. So then that way, you know, let me check something real quick here, peoples. Y'all give me a second. Better call this up. Okay, there it is right there. All right, people. So let's listen to Miss Lady because this happened on September the 7th. I told you that these kids was there on the 7th. Nobody wanted to believe me. Well, you'll believe me now. You'll believe me now because she's an op. I told you. She had all of this video footage, peoples. She had all of this video footage. And see, she talks too much. And this is what they say, never before seen video footage. This was never in the case files. This was never given to everybody and stuff. But she got it. How did she get it? How does she know? She's an op. And see, people's again, this validates what I have been saying, that they have been there since the 6th, because this is video footage from the 7th. And Miss Lady had explained it in great detail, peoples. Let's listen to Miss Op. Let me share my screen. See, peoples, this is what investigation shows you. Let's listen to Miss Lady. Hell with the music, peoples, because she's got some dorky music on here. So I'm going to have to do this. I'm going to have to share my screen a different way. I'm going to have to share my screen a different way. And then I'm going to have to find some this music to play in the background because she's got this dorky music playing. But let's look at Miss Op and what she has did. Let me see if I can download some music real quick. Let's see. I don't know if I can. Oh, wait. Yes, I can, because I can open up a different screen and play music while I'm playing this. All right, so let me do it like that. Let me go here. Let me share my screen so you guys can see what I'm doing. See, people's this is what I'm saying. It's called research. It's called research. So let me do this. Let me go and play music on this other thing while that's playing. So let me go to YouTube. Let me go to soft music. YouTube soft music. So then that way I can just copyright free music. All right. So there we go. Now I just want to play something while I'm playing. Browse library. Because she's got that dorky music. I don't want to play no dorky music. So let's see. What can we? Now I'm not trying to buy all of this stuff. All right, this is cool. So I'm just going to play this and play this again or something. Let's see how long this video is. 13 minutes. So damn. So no, it's going to be shit. Well, okay, I'm gonna play that and then we'll just watch it and then we'll just play it by ear. September the 7th, peoples, 2017. And all she played is music. So let's play that dramatic music and then let's watch this. So let's rewind that. All right, just start it from there. thickens. Remember, I told you they were on the second floor. 227. There's room 227. For when the ambulance came to the establishment. I told you that. And they are adding the room 926. This allegation is credited. And it will be able to free again. All three are at the desk. And that music was perfect timing. And as you can see, peoples, there it is right there. The op has been revealed, and you can clearly see for yourself those kids has been there well before the night, just as I said. Just as I said, they've been there well before the night. And since this video footage hasn't been released to the public, peoples, how in God's name did the op get it? How? It's never been released. It's never been released to the public, peoples, but the op had got her hands on it. And what they do, they put it in plain sight for you to see. Now you see what I have been saying for the longest time, peoples. You clearly see it. I'm not finished, peoples. Oh no. It's still a whole lot more to go. Still a whole lot more to go. Whole lot more to go, people. I'm just now getting started. But you see, peoples, they were there. Now, anybody who has been doing like working at a hotel and stuff knows that you run a card and it's not going to work, you don't overwrite the card, peoples. What you do is you go ahead and you call the cops and tell the cops, it's like, hey, these kids or these people is trying to run a card, it's not working, so it may be stolen. You don't override a card, peoples. That is not protocol. That's just not the thing to do. But they did it. And why did they do it? Because of the simple fact, peoples, that they had a job to do. They had a job to do. And the job was to set up these girls, these people. And so we do it in plain sight. So, we have to make everything so believable, peoples. We got to do something. Because not everybody is going to believe everything that they see. And so since they're not going to believe it, we might as well put it in plain sight for the people to see it, because we know they're not going to believe it. And for the longest time, peoples, all you have been hearing in all of these narratives is September the 8th, leading into September the 9th. No, peoples. I've told you many times before, they've been there well before the night. They've been there. And that is unequivocal, undeniable proof, peoples, that they've been there before the night, as you can see. And then as you can see for yourself, peoples, the op who has literally been telling you everything it is about this case, have been telling you all of this false and fictitious and hilarious and nefarious information. As you can see, what I did, I broke it down, right? And I went by the case files, as they said. And the case files don't even match up with the narratives that they have been given, peoples. The case files don't match up. But leave it to the op. She will go ahead and tell you some things and throw you off. oh, well, this didn't happen, and that didn't happen, and this didn't happen, and that didn't happen, and this is what it is, and all like this and stuff, and reference the case files. Reference the case files. Well, Edward Joseph referenced the case files, peoples. And as you can see, when Edward Joseph referenced the case files, people, look what Edward Joseph has come up with. And then when Edward Joseph went on and did some research, peoples, look what Edward Joseph came up with, peoples. I told you I am a bad, bad mother. Nothing gets past these eagle eyes. And as you can see, peoples, the op knows way more than what she is saying. And the op is here to put out false information and get people to believe and think what she says and do. And that's what she do, peoples. That's the op. And so, peoples, you guys can sit here and listen to the op if you want to, and play all of these hilarious and nefarious games if you want to, peoples. But I'm here to tell you, and I've been told you many times over, you got to understand the signs and the symbols. And I told you that these kids were there well before the night. All of them was there. And all of this stuff has been done right in your face. And you were too blind to see it. So what they do, they get the room on the second floor. They get the room on the 9th floor. And the trainees got the room on the 11th floor, because I told you, Irene's live was on the 2nd floor, not the 9th floor, people. Because see, on the 9th floor, it ain't no way that you can hear that fire siren or the ambulance siren as clear cut as you can. You won't be able to hear that so crystal clear on the 9th floor, peoples. But on the 2nd floor, you can. You can. Not on the 9th floor. You can't. Because on the 9th floor, sound don't travel upwards, people. You see what I'm saying? See, that's where they make the mistake when they tried to play this live and tried to say that they were on the 9th floor. And tried to do Irene's live on the 9th floor. No, peoples. I've been told you that. I said those people was on the 2nd floor in bingo to the lingo. I told you the kids were there well before the night in bingo to the lingo. And what did the ops say? Oh, no, they wasn't there, peoples. They wasn't there. All of this stuff happened on the 9th. Peoples, how could all of this stuff happen on a night? And I mean, she made live after live after live after live after the live like Trey Gay. And all of these other YouTubers, and they tried to convince you that everything happened on the night. And peoples, I've just debunked all of that madness. Tonight, I just debunked all of that madness, peoples. I just debunked it, peoples. Edward Joseph just debunked it, peoples. And so where you sat around here all of this time listening to this hilarious and nefarious bullshit that these people have been giving you, Edward Joseph has been telling you all of this time, peoples, all of this madness that they have been giving you is false and fictitious, hilarious and nefarious. I've been telling you that, and nobody's been listening to me. But now you listen to me. Now you listen to me. People want you. All right, peoples. There it is. There it is. If you want to bless the channel, there it is, right there. You know, because I think I brought the receipts on tonight. I brought the receipts on tonight, peoples, didn't I? I majorly brought the receipts on tonight, and I'm not even finished. I'm not even finished. There's so much, because now we have to see and understand the connects and connect Kenneka Jenkins, and we have to connect Teresa Martin to Kink, to Madame TM. Madame TM. See, people, I love it. I love it when I do the things that I do. And I love when the people politic with me. And see, there were some people who was politicking with me the other day, but then after they watch my live, they say, God damn, this guy is real as fuck. This guy is real as fuck. And see, that's what I do, people. That's exactly what I do. Because see, what all of you sit here and you proclaim and you say that you've been on the Kenneka Jenkins case forever and a day, and that you know all of this, that, and the other. You know what I do? I just sit back and laugh and chuckle. And I'm like, okay, yeah, whatever. I said, these people are hilarious and nefarious. But I keep bringing the receipts. I keep bringing the receipts, people. That's what I do. And every time that you think that you know something or got some, Edward Joseph keeps coming back. And I keep coming back with a vengeance, and I keep showing these hilarious and nefarious people. Now, people's, hey, you guys bless these peoples with this false narrative. Why don't you bless Edward Joseph to pay for another month of StreamYard? You know, because anything that you guys send and stuff, it goes directly to this channel. Goes directly to this channel. You know, y'all been blessing Trey Gay, 54 Keys, Zillionaire, Bossman and Harry Lossman, John Queer Q, Casey Cloyle, Vera Sanchez, Mendina, Custom Designs, and T Slay. Why don't y'all bless Edward Joseph now? Did I bring the receipts on tonight, peoples? I've told you I was going to show you who the op was. How in the hell did she get this video footage? Because it wasn't released with the video footage that they originally gave you. And then what was her purpose of showing that, peoples? What was her purpose of doing that? See, that's the thing that you got to ask yourself. But see, where you try to camouflage and you try to hide it from Edward Joseph, I've always find out, peoples. I've always find out. I told you, I got too many people working with me. I always find out. I don't always share everything that I have. No need to. For what? It's no need to, peoples. Only at the appropriate time is when I would do it. Only at the appropriate time, peoples. And so, there you have it, peoples. There you have it, peoples. I told you that Kenneka Jenkins has never been in Irene's live, peoples. Kenneka Jenkins has never been in Irene's live, peoples. Kenneka Jenkins has never been let's go back to Irene's live, peoples. And let's listen in, because you guys heard Kenneka say, I'm not drunk. I am enjoying myself. Okay, so when did they take Kenneka Jenkins out of the room if she was there in Irene's live? When? When did they take her out the room, people? When the fake Irene got tapped on the head and ended up leaving, well then, what did they do with Kenneka? What did she get tapped on the head and then Kenneka is still in the room, laying in the bed? Because Monifa was right there. So where was Shemaiah? You know, Shemaiah always be with Kenneka. Shemaiah was Kenneka's armor bearer. Is that why Shemaiah and her mom went to the police station and made a police report before Teresa Martin? Is that where the 36 hours come in now, peoples? Now, do you understand the 36 hours custom design anti-slay? Well, custom design anti-slay, y'all say that y'all do research. Well, where's the research? Because I didn't see you talk about this. I never seen you mention this. You guys said that she was deceased before she was brought to the establishment. Well, if she was deceased before she was brought to the establishment, well, then why are you even talking about her in the establishment? That doesn't make no sense to me. Oh boy, peoples, I told you tonight it was going to be hot. I told you it was going to be hot, peoples. Yeah, ain't it hot? Ooh. I told you I was going to reveal the op. And there it is right there, crystal clear in your face. But it's just like the guy who X'd out the Mona Lisa eyes. There it is in your face, and you still don't believe it. It ain't much people can say or do, peoples. It's in your face, and you still don't believe it. That's amazing to me, peoples. How all of this stuff is in your face and you still don't believe it. So we went over Kenneka Jenkins and getting off the elevator, or the supposed Kenneka Jenkins getting off the elevator. Because see, that's the narrative that they gave you. They said that she was there at a certain time and she was there with her friends and things, and you know, she was coming in, she was drinking drunk and all like this. So people, I mean, from 1:13 to 1:30 or whatever time that they said that she was supposed to have gotten there, well, regardless of whatever the time may have been that she's supposed to have gotten there, peoples, help me to make this make sense. because it doesn't make no sense, peoples. Doesn't make no sense, peoples. Help me to make this make sense. If Kenneka was at the establishment at the time to when they proclaimed he was at the establishment, then help me to make this make sense. How? 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 How was Kenneka there at the establishment? And we've never seen not one video of Kenneka. And knowing how Kenneka is and how she all the time goes and plays videos, take videos of herself, her and her friends. How could that be, peoples? How could that be? Help me to make that make sense. How could that be? Because see, the thing is, and this is what I challenge the people. If Kenneka was on her way to the party at the establishment, and you guys said that they had taken pictures and videos dancing and rocking in the car and all like this and stuff, before they got to the party. Y'all said that they were in a car and they went by the store and got some drinks and got some ecstasy pills and all of this, that, and the other. That's what you guys said. That's the narrative that you guys have given. Okay. So my thing is this. If Kenneka was doing all that before she came to the establishment, well, then my question would be, why didn't she do that at the time she was at the establishment? Help me to make that make sense, peoples. Help me to make that make sense. If Kenneka was taking videos and pictures before she came to the establishment, why didn't we not see Kenneka take pictures at the establishment? I'll tell you why, peoples. Because of the simple fact that Kenneka was not in TY or Irene's live, peoples. Kenneka was not in TY or Irene's live. That's why. So see, it's easy to say Kenneka was at the establishment, peoples. It's easy to say Kenneka was in TY's life. It's easy to say Kenneka was in Irene's life. It's easy to say, oh, we heard her. But just like the man had shown you with the Mona Lisa, you heard her, but you never seen her. And why did you not see Kenneka Jenkins, peoples, in any of that video footage? because she was never there. People, she was never there. Kenneka was never there. So, which brings us to the setup. Which brings us to the setup, peoples. Why was Kenneka was there on the 6th? Why? Why was Kenneka there on the 6th? And why did we never ever see Kenneka in any of that video footage? Well, that's amazing, people, because see, the thing is, that was the setup. That's why everything was done in a manner to which it was done, because of the simple fact that they had to literally throw this in your face to make you think and believe something that never happened, peoples. And that was the whole purpose of putting everything clearly in your face, peoples. That was the whole purpose of it, is to make you to believe something that never happened. It's the whole purpose, peoples. And that's why all of this stuff was done in your face, is to make you believe something that never happened. And thus the setup. That was the setup, peoples. Kenneka and Teresa Martin was a part of an organization. And this is what Kenneka wanted to get away from. She wanted to get away from it because she didn't want to continue to keep doing this type of stuff. And on that note, peoples, I think that it's appropriate now to go ahead and show this other video. You guys hold on for a moment. Okay, I am back. I think it's appropriate now to show this video, peoples. You guys hold on. And let's give a shout out to Scoop Gang. But see, peoples, when the hilarious and nefarious thought that Kenneka Jenkins was there on the 9th, those kids was there on the 7th. As you can see, I've just showed you the video. And so where everybody wants to sit around here and proclaim that Kenneka Jenkins came on the 9th, no, peoples, no! She was already deceased. So it cracks me up when people sit here and, you know, they go all around and plan all of these videos and come up with all of these theories and things of that nature and stuff. That doesn't bother me, peoples. That doesn't bother me. Because see, the thing is just like what the lady said. When you have facts and when you have the truth and when you have proof, they mess with your lives. They take you down. They go ahead and send people to try to ruin your channel. And that's what's been happening to me, because as I showed you earlier, they took down all of the lives that I was on pertaining to the uppers. I've shown you that earlier in this live, peoples. I've shown you unequivocally and undeniably for yourself. And now, let me go ahead and share this video, peoples, because Scoop Gang had really just hit the nail on the head. And so, peoples, let me show you the real setup and who was involved in it. Yeah, the real setup, peoples. Let's go.
Word. That's what's up. We here. We here. Like I say, man, you know what I'm saying? It took a little minute or whatever. You know what I'm saying? But we most definitely here, man. We're gonna cover a little bit of ground tonight. We're gonna get on with it. You know what I'm saying? Let me make sure that I got the family up in here. You know what I'm saying? For a start getting into this presentation tonight. You know what I'm saying? I just wanted to at least leave this froze right here for a second before I even go all the way up in it. Now let's go. Okay, it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Like I say, what is his name? Part one. How about this, right? A man died on Friday. You know what I'm saying? Of the year, it was encounter. Shots was fired on a Monday, the night of the gunplay that took place in the West Inglewood neighborhood. A 40-year-old man was shot in the groin area in the 6900 block of the South Lafley Street about 5 p.m. That's what authorities said. And the dude who got shot on a Monday, he died that Friday at a medical center around 9:42 p.m., family. Now, this guy's name was listed as something else in the news article. But I got reason to believe that his name is Martin. Yep. See, a Chicago man was also arrested and charged with sex trafficking. 2 counts of a dose by force, according to federal officials. This 24-year-old, he was arrested during the week in 2012. That, you know, he was supposed to appear in the U.S. District Court in the South on Thursday after being charged with forcing victims to engage in sex for money and transporting of juveniles from, get this now, from Wisconsin, oh my God, to Illinois to engage in prostitution. Now, that's what the feds said during a press release. To check it, right? He was arrested the day before that the charges were outlined against him. Get it? This guy, who undoubtedly murdered a guy who was charged with 2 counts of sex trafficking of a minor and by force, 2 counts of sex trafficking by force, and 1 count of transporting a minor across state lines to engage in prostitution, and a 5-count indictment that was returned by a federal grand jury. The guy that I'm talking about is the murderer of the guy that died on that Friday that encountered those entries. Right. See, the gunman is the dude that forced one of the juvenile females to engage in sex acts for money between August and November of 2010. See, he engaged in sex trafficking of the second juvenile. Now, that was between February and July of 2011. Now, after transporting the victims from, once again, Wisconsin to Illinois, okay, now the breadcrumbs, they get deeper. They go even further. Check out these breadcrumbs for the ants get them. Okay. He also allegedly forced 2 other victims who were both 18, or younger at the time, to engage in these sex acts for money. Sources have records from the beginning of 2011 through March of that year. See what I'm saying? And all 5 counts carry a mandatory minimum sentence of at least 10 years to a maximum life in prison or a maximum of $250,000. Right. Now, that's what the officials said at the Cook County Human Trafficking Task Force. They assisted the investigation. Now, I don't know why the Human Trafficking Task Force were not on the scene at the Crown Plaza O'Hare in Rosemont. Now, I don't know. But a collection of cross-references easily obtained online placed the events filed on or around or about April the 9th, 2012, all facts. Right. Now, during a court statement, this is what one of the females said, that had been pimped out by the dude, if they were wheel or whatnot, right? She said the pain, the fear, the harm you inflicted of these women is devastating. Now, that's what the U.S. Judge Amy Jace, she said. She was like imposing the sentence, dude, he said.
Now, check it, right? Check it out. Now, take this shit for what it's worth now.
He had to serve at least 85% of the time. Now, that's what they said. Now, that's what's getting deeper to this case right here and the people that we know thus far through social media. Now, this dude was also ordered to pay approximately $239,000 in restitution to be allocated among the 4 victims based on a formula that takes into account the number of days each was prostituted, how many men they were forced to have sex on the average each day, and the rate that the dude advertised their services. That's where that back page come in, family. And we already know who was on that back page. Now, he did unspeakable things to his victims. Another U.S. attorney argued that a sentencing ad in a written memo that the government could not put into words the magnitude or harm of the life-altering consequences he caused his victims through a mosaic of cruelty. He kept them in line using a regimen of verbal threats, drugs, physical beatings, and forcible sex acts. Damn, he mean. For just under 2 years, he caused incalculable physical and psychological damage to his victims, in some cases scarring them physically and emotionally for life. According to court documents obtained, dude met one victim in December 2010 and began contacting her by the phone, text, through social media. He asked her to move to Chicago. He had intentions, of her being his girlfriend, like a little PYT or whatever. And he also engaged her in prostitution during February 2011. Now, dude drove all the way from Chicago to the girl's residence in Wisconsin and drove her from Wisconsin to his apartment in Chicago, knowing that she was under 18 at the time. Once in Chicago, he dated the victim for approximately a week before she began working as a prostitute under his employ between February and July of 2011. Acting as a pimp, he advised the victim for.
Now, as you guys can see, let's rewind that back a little bit. And it's funny how a lot of people is leaving the chat. What, you guys don't want to hear this? Interesting. The ops is in the house. But I want you guys to see this. Who is this right there? Who is that in the middle? And who is that on the end? I want you guys to see this. I want you guys to see this. It's amazing how you goddamn ops is leaving the chat. Why are you leaving? You need to stay and see the truth. I need you guys to see this. You know, beforehand, y'all was sitting in here, but now y'all are disappearing like flies. I still have the watermelon cut. And it's still some milling on Orion, peoples. Y'all need to come on back in. Because I need you to see this. And that's one YouTuber has says, I'm here to wake you up. Now, people, see, I told you in a video beforehand, it had everything to do with her brother and her mother. And if you go back to Caprini Green's, her father as well. And see, I told you I was going to connect the connects to the connects and things and stuff. So, you know, and even if I have to use others' content to bolster my claim, well, then that's what I do. But I've been telling you for the longest time, people, there it is right there. It's in your face. And it's undeniable, people. It's in your face. Now, all you have to do is just go back and do your research, and you'll discover what I've been saying for the longest time. I need you to see this. Why are you leaving? Why? What, you don't want to hear the truth? It's amazing when people do not want to hear the truth. It's amazing, people. It's amazing how they just thought that I wasn't going to show some stuff. Man. And see, this is why I don't really care about the hilarious and nefarious and stuff, and how all of the people sit around and say this and that and the other, and they're trying to put Kenneka Jenkins in a place where she never been. And so, you know, I'm not here for all of the likes, and I'm not here for all of the views, people. I'm just here just to speak my piece and to tell you that of what I know about this case. Now, you make your own decision. You make your own decision as to what you believe, peoples. But as I've always stated, I'm here to call out the hilarious and nefarious for the madness that they've been speaking, peoples. So, come on back. I'm giving you a little bit of time because, man, when I was playing this, boy, the chat had just went down. But now look at them. They're coming back slowly, peoples. Does it hurt? Woo! Woo! Does it hurt? Man, I tell you. See, I tell you, peoples, you know, karma has a way of coming around and beating people where it hurts. Ooh, wee. Has a way of coming around and beating the people where it hurts. Man. See, people, you know, I've learned to save my best for last, and I've learned to mix and mingle different things within the life and stuff. And see, you know, I've learned to do that. I've learned not to just give you everything all at once and things, and, you know, mix it up a little bit and stuff. See, because if you're really interested, you'll be here and you'll watch. And people watch my live from the time I come on to the time I leave. So I don't have to work extra hard. I mean, everybody at some point in time watch me, you know. So I get the views. I get the time. I mean, I don't have to go ahead and sugarcoat things just to try to get people in here. coerce people to in here and things, because you all the time come every time I go live. And you want to be seeing whatever Joseph is saying. So that's why I had to switch it up a little bit and stuff, because see, you know, I go hard and heavy and I go hot. And then I switch it up to something that you don't even want to hear. And then you guys die down a little bit. But then every time I come back to the Kenneka Jenkins case, man, you guys come with a vengeance. It is something about this case that is just really intriguing the mess out of the people. It really is. But people's, you know, I gotta switch it up a little bit, you know. I gotta switch it up a little bit because I just can't give you everything all at once. Can't give you everything. So I'll recap, but in my recapping, it's still good content. Probably many of you never seen a video before if you're new to the channel. And it's something that, you know, is very interesting to you. But, you know, hey, a lot of people think that they can figure me out. They think that they know my next move. They think that, you know, I'm so predictable that they can figure out how I'm going to do, what I'm going to do, what I'm going to do. But nope. I keep switching it up, you know. See, why all of you people thought that you knew Edward Joseph. You don't know me. I've always bring it though, but you don't know me. See, peoples, I bring it, but you don't know me. And see, I politic with a lot of people. You know, I'll politic with a lot of people. A lot of people share a lot of content with me and stuff. And then a lot of this content that was way back in the day, it's surfacing up now, and it's surfacing up in my algorithm. You know, it's surfacing up for me to see. It's the time now. The time is here. It's the time now. And then all of you hilarious and nefarious people who have literally been talking about this case, and you thought that I was going to share your narrative, and then you want to come around and you want to say all of this bad stuff about me. That's fine. That's fine. You know, you entitled to do what you do. You're entitled to do what you do. But just remember what you've done, and then don't bring your tail back, because I don't need you. I don't need hilarious and nefarious people on my channel. Remember, you came. I never called you. You came. And so Edward Joseph is always unequivocally and undeniably going to do what he does. And I do it best, peoples. I do it well. I'm very good at what I do. Very good at what I do. And this is what keeps the people coming, because they don't know what they're going to get next. But see, I'm a solo writer now. And I'm still got it going. Boy, ain't that something? You talked about me like you blew in the face, but you still keep coming back. You can't get enough of me. Can't get enough. And see, people, you know, I'm not trying to accumulate the world. I'm not trying to accumulate the hilarious and nefarious. I'm not trying to accumulate the people who's all in their feelings. I've only want people here who loves Edward Joseph, who loves his content. Whether you agree or whether you disagree, I love people who have a very open mind and don't get into their feelings. Who can be open to understand some things, who will be good to be able to come out and be able to express themselves in whatever manner they see fit. But just keep it real. Be respectful. You know, I love people like that. See, everybody who does these lives and things, a lot of people, you know, they create a mythical character. And then they try to be something that they're not. Well, see, I'm just who I am. And that's just who I always will be. Unequivocally and undeniably me. And that's it, peoples. That's it. See, I can go back and I can play any video in my library and I still will have hundreds of people come and watch from the time I'm on until the time I leave. That's love. That is unequivocal love. That is the people who was in tune to Edward Joseph. Just like the young lady who I had on the channel the other night. She said, I've come to learn who you are. And I accept that. I accept that wholeheartedly. I accept that, you know, but I'm here and I watch. I'm here. You know, she don't take nothing personal. She don't take it personal. That's what we do. You guys take stuff so personal. It's just crazy. But see, people, it's a blessing to be able to be with people who love you unconditionally. That agape love, that's the type of love that God has for us. That agape love, that's the type of love that surpasses all understanding peoples. And see, whenever Joseph says that he loves you, I mean it from the bottom of my heart. I truly do. I mean it. I give everything and then some with any and everything that I do, peoples. That's why sometimes my lives run 10, 12 hours and stuff, because, you know, I got to get it out. I got to talk about it. I got to show it. I got to express it. I got to give you what was given to me. See, peoples, I'm just who I am. I'm just Edward Joseph. I'm just a person who loves to talk about this case, who's endowed and ingrained with this case, who can't let it go for the likes of him, and who wants to get the word out as to what these people have done to her. You know, you got a lot of proclaimers and Hall of Famers, but I'm just a person who's simple, who just keeps it real and just keeps it 100. This is who Edward Joseph is. You know, this is my passion. And it's also my pain. It's my passion, peoples. It's never, ever going to be another Edward Joseph out there like me. It's never going to be anyone out there like Edward Joseph who can exegese this case like me. Never. Hello, Vicky Davis. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on tonight. Vicky Davis says, it is not personal. It is what it is. True, it's not for everyone. No, it's not. It's not for everyone. And I can't appease and please everybody. That's not my job. My job is not to make you feel good, cozy and comfortable and make you happy and make you feel some type of way and stuff. Anytime I talk about this case, that's not my job. My job is to exegese that of what was given to me and to talk about it. whether you like it or not, in whatever manner that I bring it. And see, many of you get into your feelings because you tend to take it so personal. I'm a personal person, but I don't take it personal, people. And I keep telling you, stay out your feelings when you talk about this case, because again, when you talk about this case, people, you got to understand it has gone beyond the kids. It's gone beyond the kids. It's the uppers. It is the people who had controlled these youngins to do the things that they did. Yeah, everybody got paid. Everybody leveled up. But everybody made money. And that's what it was about. Human trafficking. Organ harvesting. Prostitution. That's a hard pill to swallow, people. That's a hard pill to swallow when you're talking about this case. And see, you know, what happens all too often is I get on something and then people tend to get into their feelings, and then they want to tend to chime out at times and stuff. And then they get all worked up and stuff, and they think that they're going to say things to me and try to, you know, tell me and this and that and the other. But that doesn't work for me, people. You know, it doesn't work for me. And as you can see, I've gotten rid of all of them, every last one of them. Every last one of them who thought that they was going to jump bad and try to tell me what to do on my channel and try to say this and that and the other. It didn't work for me. But yet they still in the bushes, and they still come, Vicky Davis. They still listening. They're still watching. They're still doing it, Vicky Davis. They are listening, and I'm loving it, every moment of it. See, I go to different channels and stuff, and you know, I'll sit back and listen, and sometimes I'll say blessings, and that's all I need to say, just to let you know I'm in the house and stuff. But trust and believe, people, I don't watch everybody because I just don't have the time to watch everybody. I mean, you know, because see, the reason why I don't watch everybody is because I don't have the time to listen to the madness that they speak. See, a lot of you come strong when you're doing your channel and things. You come strong when you talk about your topics and stuff, and I love it. And sometimes when you go real strong, I would engage, because I love a person to be in their passion and to really talk about the case. But when you guys just sit around and just complain all day long and just complain and complain and complain, and I'll be like, oh my goodness. You know, I mean, I didn't sign up to hear you complain. I signed up to hear you come exegese about whatever case that you're talking about. You start strong and then you start to go weak. And see, the thing is, people, you know, I really don't care whether you subscribe to my channel, whether you like my channel, whether you do anything and stuff. I really don't care, because see, I've already gotten over that part. I've learned that I can't connect with everybody. I can't. I can't connect with everybody, people. You know, I just can't. Now, many of you love me in so many different ways and stuff. It's a love-hate relationship with some of you YouTubers and some of you content creators, and it's all good and stuff, because, you know, ain't no love lost here and things. I mean, I'm not going to stop what I'm doing just for the sake of you and things. But see, the thing is that I can't connect with you. I really can't. Because see, the thing is, the one thing about Edward Joseph is I'm an individual. I do what I do, and I'm good at what I do, and I draw people, the good, the bad, the beautiful, and the ugly. I draw all facets of people, and depending upon what I do, it's dependent upon when the people tend to want to chime in. You know, see, and there's a lot of imitators out there, but there's only one Edward Joseph. And see, the thing is, the reason why all of these people continue to keep coming to watch me, Vicky Davis, is that I'm just real. I keep it real and I keep it 100. See, I don't spend all of my time on a live trying to express to you all who I am. I don't need to do that. Who I am is expressed in what I do. But many of you, y'all sit up here, well, I'm not like this and I'm not like that and I don't like this and I don't like that. I did not come to listen to you say I don't like or what I do like. I came to listen to you exegese about the case. I don't have time to sit here and listen to you rant and rave about everything under the sun and then some. Talk about the case. And this is why I don't like to watch a lot of YouTubers, because they start strong, but then they start to get complacent. Then they start to go on a tangent, and then they start to make it about me. And then they start to make it about everybody else and all about themselves and what they don't do. I didn't subscribe to your channel for that madness. I subscribed because I came to support. That's just who I am. That's just the heart that I have. But I don't subscribe to everybody. And I don't like every video that you do, because again, if you can't keep my attention for a period of time, well, then it's obviously saying something about you. See, you'll watch me up and down, but I won't watch you. I won't do the same. I'm not here to build relationships. I'm not here to build bonds and things of that nature. I'm just here to talk about this case and talk about other cases, people. That's what Edward Joseph is here for. That's all that I'm here for. Now, if that's not suitable for you, well, then I don't know what to tell you. But as for me and my house, we're going to serve the Lord, peoples. We're grateful. We're thankful. We're content. You know, Vicky Davis is here. Randall Robinson is here. And then a few others is still here. And so for whatever reason, you know, I know they're around. They haven't shown their face in the place, but I know they're around because it's the holiday season. But see, every so often they peep their head in and they let me know, okay, I'm here. But that's okay, because see, the thing is, peoples, you know, I'm not content. I mean, my lives is not contingent upon you all being here. It's not, because whether you come or whether you don't come, I'm still going to do what I do. With a house of plenty or with a house of any, I'm still going to be here. And you'll watch the recap. You'll watch the live, but then you'll watch the recap. But you'll watch it at some point in time. You know. And so that's what I do, people. That's what I do. And so I am eternally happy. Last night, I had to try to get in here to try to extract this information off my phone, because I got this lady's wedding photos and a few little videos that I took off my phone and stuff, and my phone had broke and I couldn't get access to it. So I have to send the phone back, but I wasn't going to send it back until I extract that information off of it. So I was going to do this live on last night. I didn't get a chance to do that. My first priority was getting those pictures and videos off there. And so I stayed up all night trying to work with that phone, trying to get that screen to come back on, and it wouldn't do it. So I prayed about it, and the Lord had directed me to this place to where they fix phones. And I asked the man, I called Samsung and everybody under the sun. I said, can I extract that information off the phone, even though the screen is not working? He said, yes. Yes, there is a way to do it. But you have to get the phone fixed first. And I said, well, I don't care whatever amount of money it may take, get this done. And so I left it in the hands of this person who the Lord had directed me to, because he's a cell phone repair place, and got in there, took that phone apart, took the guts out of it, put it in a case of another phone, and then was able to extract my information, copied it on my new phone, and then put it back to its original state. He said, you know, you have an excellent phone right here. And if I was you, I wouldn't turn this phone in. You can have you a good second phone. Just get it fixed. But I said, well, I've already paid the insurance, and so the insurance is looking for that phone. But I hear what you're saying. I said, had I known that you were in existence before I even got this phone and brought it to you, I would have had you fix it instead of trading it in for another phone. Because see, ain't nothing wrong with it. And so people, that's okay though, because it's a lesson learned. But it was okay because I got me a brand new phone with the Eternals in it. And with the Eternals in it is just like my regular phone. And so I say that to say, peoples, is that, you know, when it's in you, it has to come out of you to fill someone else. And I thank God that the memories now will never be lost. I thank God that he had directed me to a place to where if anything happens to my phone, there's a repair shop right there that will take care of you. But you have to know before you can go. And see, now I know. And if anything happens, I will go. And so there it is, peoples. My phone is back to its glory. My other phone is going to be fixed and be in the hands of somebody else, because that's what the phone companies does. I checked that phone out. I mean, I worked it all of this time. That's what I've been doing while this live been playing, and taking videos and pictures and analyzing and seeing, just going through all of my content, through all of my apps, and through a lot of my photos and videos and everything, text messages, phone records, all of that good stuff. Everything is there. Everything is there. And I thank God. And so now I can go ahead and finish making the memories for this young lady. But now see, this time around, I am going to copy it to a couple of miniature SD cards so I can have a backup to a backup to a backup. And I'm going to back up my phone regularly when I go ahead and videotape some programs or some events or whatever. So that's what I'm gonna do. So it made me learn a very valuable lesson. Don't procrastinate. Get it done. And that's what I'm doing, peoples. I'm getting it done. I'm getting it done. I'm getting here on this computer tonight and get all of these videos and everything, and I'm going to put it on my backup drive, and I'm going to work off my backup drive and get it off my main drive, because all of that video footage is on my main drive, and it doesn't need to be. I can work off my backup drive. I don't need to work off my main drive. But if I need to work on my main drive, I need the resources to be able to do so. And so that's why we have backups. Have a backup to a backup to a backup. And so I said that, people's, just to say, I said that to say, so you be prepared. Prepare yourself, peoples. Prepare yourself, because, see, you never know when tragedy or atrocity or, accidents or anything may occur. So you always got to be prepared. And so this had literally prepared me, because I'm kind of like, man, I didn't know how connected I was to my phone. But I also know that, I got to take the precautions, the necessary precautions, and to make sure that, whenever I'm videotaping something and things, well, then, I got to make sure that that stays in order, and that I'll never lose no one's memories. And this is why I do with this case, people. I don't want Kenneka Jenkins' memory to ever die down. And I will talk about it, and I will talk about it, and I will talk about it. And so now, peoples, let's listen in and let him talk about it. Let's go.
He also engaged her in prostitution during February 2011. Now, dude drove all the way from Chicago to the girl's residence in Wisconsin and drove her from Wisconsin.
And look at him. James Coleman is looking at Teresa Martin. Y'all see that? That is the picture of the day right there. That is the picture of today. That is the picture, boy. I want you guys to look at that. Mr. Clean. Look at that. And after the death, he left. Okay, let me say that again. After the death, he left. So what I mean by the death, because, yeah, she was already dead for quite some time. But after they eulogized her, he left. His job was over with. It was done. And that's the thing that people are not focused upon. His job was done, peoples. After the death, he left. Let's go.
Wisconsin to his apartment in Chicago, knowing that she was under 18 at the time. Once in Chicago, he dated the victim for approximately a week before she began working as a prostitute under his employ between February and July of 2011. Acting as a pimp, he advised the victim for commercial sex on the internet sites. I have to say it again, and instructed her to have sex with customers in his apartment and in motels, with him collecting the money that, she earned. Now,
forcing her to have sex in his apartment and hotels. Okay, let me say that again, peoples. Forcing her to have sex in his apartment and hotels. All right. Let's go, peoples. Let's go.
DuPage County Sheriff's Office in Naperville and Aurora, you know what I'm saying, as well as Cook County. They've been on this dude. You know what I'm saying? They've been on him for a minute. And it's crazy now being at this situation that took place with Kenneka Jenkins, because now we can start connecting the dots with who just may have had a hand in this shit that's going on. Now, when one victim says she no longer to work for the dude as a prostitute, check this out, right? He beat her so severely, her eyes were swelled shut. Now, he punched her. You know, he did all kind of unspeakable things to her family. You know what I'm saying? Now, like I say, without naming names, I had to throw this up here, but I'm gonna go ahead and drop the hook, line, and sink on you. I'm gonna drop this joint on y'all. I'm gonna have to, because I know people been wanting to know this thing right here. I know they've been wanting to know, right?
And remember what he said, without naming names. Why is he not naming names? Why isn't he not naming names, peoples? But he said that he wanted to drop the hook, line, to sink to you. But why is he not naming names, peoples? That's interesting. Let's go.
So what we're gonna do is we're gonna do some comparisons as well. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna get a few comparisons jumping off.
Don't that guy look so familiar? The one who was supposed to be sitting over the body of Kenneka Jenkins. Y'all remember him? You guys remember him? Okay, let me see if I can find that picture. I'm gonna play this video in a moment. Let me see if I can find that picture. So y'all taking me on to a whole new trajectory, people. Y'all need to stop. I'm trying to get through this, but y'all taking me on to a whole new different trajectory. Doesn't he look so familiar? And all of those guys that this man is showing has been at the establishment, peoples, and all involved in this case. Let me see. I don't think I got it. I think I got it in another folder. I know I got it, but I think I got it in another folder. Okay. Now this is going to haunt me, but let me see. Let me see. Let me see. No, I got that picture. And I know it's not in a traditional folder. Okay, and that's that one. Let's see, that one. That's not that. Okay. Let's see. Wasn't it this one? See, everything is coming together, people. Everything is coming together. See, I don't exegese like all of these other people and things, because it's not necessary to go through and show all of these case files and this and that and the other. If you ever followed the case, you get the gist of what I'm saying. I just go straight to the heart of the matter. I don't have time to go and look at all of the hilarious and nefarious madness that's supposed to have been. The oh yeah, look at the camera. Look at the camera. Look over here. Look over there. Look over here. And this is where she's supposed to have walked in, all like this. I mean, peoples, if Kenneka Jenkins ever walked the halls of that establishment, well then why are you consistently saying that she did? And this is the hilarious and nefarious madness that I call out, peoples. It's not the picture that I wanted, but as you can see, this is he. Jalen Ford. And see, people's, you know, even though it's different pictures, you can still tell him by his lips. Look at the lip. Look at the lip. See that? Look at the lip. Peoples. And not only the lips, look at the eyes. Look at the eyes. See, and even there's had this one Facebooker that talked about, oh, well, look at the eyebrows. The eyebrows is so different. Well, look at the eyebrows. Look how he has his eyebrows here. And then this is thicker than this side right here. See that? Doesn't match. This side is thicker. This is a little thinner. And then this part right here is a little thinner than that. That don't really mean nothing. Then that's even thinner. See that? So you can't, and then that's even thicker than these eyebrows up here. Y'all see that? So when you want to try to talk about, oh, well, the eyebrows is all different and stuff. Yeah, the eyebrows can always be different. Eyebrows will never be the same. You got to look at features on a person that is consistent. Consistent. And what's consistent with Kenneka is her lips, her teeth. That is consistent, peoples. So when I was having an argument with the young lady, well, look at the eyebrows. The eyebrows is different. Okay, well, look at his eyebrows. His eyebrows is different, peoples, as you can see. See, peoples, you know, it's amazing how I've always tend to go and showcase my talents. So it's amazing. It's amazing how Edward Joseph, whenever the people want to confront him and stuff, I always have an answer to the madness that they say. And they just be thinking, oh, yeah, well, I got the truth. I got the proof. I got the facts and stuff. But then I've always, at some point in time, come and debunk them. It's amazing to me, peoples. And so this is why I don't even waste my time with all of the hilarious and nefarious madness and bullshit that they say and stuff, because again, peoples, I mean, what difference is it going to make? Why I'm arguing when I know that I am expressing what I see, and I have full confidence in expressing what I see, and it's not going to deter my narrative, no way, shape, form, or another, to anything else other than what I am trying to convey to you. Again, you don't have to take my word for it, but again, peoples, I will always stand 10 toes down with that of what I believe. And that with what I believe, I share with you. All right, so let me see. I got to find that picture, peoples. I know I have it, but I got to find a picture. Okay, there it is right there. So I was wondering when that video was. There it is right there. Can you do a split on a dick? How in the fuck you think you got here? I was looking for that video all the other day and I couldn't find it, but I found it now, peoples. I found it now. All right. So I know I got that photo here. See, different photos has different photos and things. And so I purposely did that for a reason. When I'm talking about this case, I need different photos to talk about. But now I'm trying to look for that particular photo where that guy was in, and supposed Kenneka Jenkins was laying on the floor. And I don't think I have it in any of these photos on here. Well, we're going to talk about that, peoples. Let me go to my backup channel. See, dang, I've only got 6 gigabytes left on this, and it's full out of 465 gigabytes. What in the hell is going on? Why is my C drive looking so filled? And that's what I can understand, people. I don't understand it. Where is the videos? It's the videos. All right, so let me go to my backup drive, my E drive. And I got all of that in here. It's my miscellaneous folder. All of that stuff. Okay, Kenneka picks reference. And there it is right there. I told you I was going to find it. There it is right there. There it is right there, peoples. Right there. All right, let's call up that video back. Yep, that's him right there, peoples. There he is, right there. There he is, right there, peoples. Now, you guys say that that was Kenneka. Well, as you can see, it's a video, peoples. If that's Kenneka, and Kenneka is laying on a ground, he's sitting in a chair, and he's obviously sitting over her, as you can see. And yes, it is, because there you can see right there in the video, you see him right there with the same attire on right there. See, people's, man, you know, I'm on it. I'm on it. I do good. I'm unconventional like a lot of the other YouTubers, but I just do what I do. You know, it's just like what the commentator had said. You know, I'm not going to say no names. I'm not going to name names and stuff. And certain people who names I say, and certain people who names I haven't said yet, because it's not the time. But see, there it is right there, people. There he is. And there he is right here. And then who is that down there on the ground? Is that the real Kenneka? Just because she's in an attire like Kenneka, that doesn't necessarily mean that that's really Kenneka, peoples. You know, and that's the thing that I keep trying to tell the people. You know, just because these girls are in the same attire, you got to understand that different girls played Kenneka. And every last one of them got commandeered. And so again, peoples, there he is. And so why is he sitting over this young lady? Why? Because it played into everything that I have been telling you for the longest time, peoples. That this had everything to do with Kenneka Jenkins' brother and mother and father as well. So let me take a clip of this, people, and let me clip it into let me clip it into my live here. Let me do that, peoples. All right. See, I told you, peoples, you know, at the appropriate time, you know, I will start revealing more and things. But I had to lead up to it because, see, I had to get to the point to where I'm expressing to you all to get out the halls and out the walls. But many of you are still there. Many of you still looking at this hilarious and nefarious video footage and still trying to say that she was there and trying to make something out of that. But that's okay because, you know, the more you do it, the more I keep talking about you. But at the appropriate time, peoples, you know, Edward Joseph had said this before I start to show this and start to make all of these different connections like this. Because again, the same that this guy is saying, I've been saying for the longest time, but I haven't shown you. I've just been telling you. Now I can go in and I can show you the connects to the connects to the connects. You see what I'm saying? And so when the people just thought that, oh, well, I got all of the proof and the truth. Okay, well, let me slap you to the face. Let me just slap you. It just says, oops, upside your head. See, peoples, that's why I love doing what I do. Because, see, where you continue to keep thinking that you know all about the case and you just doing this and that and the other, I just sit back, I just watch and I just chuckle and stuff, and I just continue to keep doing what I do. Because, see, when I continue to keep doing what I do, peoples, it irritates the people who's been talking because they want me to share what they've been saying, and I just absolutely refuse to do that. See, they come in to my life, want me to share what they've been saying, but I refuse to do that. I refuse to do that, peoples. I refuse. You know, I refuse to share someone else's narrative. And so that's why I have to stand 10 toes down with the various things that I say. And at the appropriate time, when I see that it's right time to share some things, then I'll do that. But see, I got to follow the direction from my father who's been giving it to me. And so when he says, Edward Joseph, it's time, well, then people's, it's time. It's time. And as you can see, the ties, the connects to the connects to the connects. Now we're getting to see a whole new different era in this case and see who has been doing what and why Kenneka. See, that's how I do it, peoples. That's how I do it. See, I've never shown these people's videos before. I've never did, you know. I've just shown you bits and pieces of different ones who was involved, but I never went out and shown you something like this. You ain't never seen it on my channel. But now we're branching out to show you the connects to the connects to the connects peoples. Now, let's go.
I'ma have to. Because I know people been wanting to know this thing right here. I know they've been wanting to know, right? So what we're gonna do is we're gonna do some comparisons as well. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna get a few comparisons jumping off.
Oh yeah, most definitely. You know what I'm saying? You already know, you know what I'm saying, that we're gonna go in. It's nothing. Like I say, it's nothing. The article that I just read from, that I revised more or less, was from a guy. You know what I'm saying? The guy that I have pictured, that I can show you right here, that's been throughout the course of the video. This guy right here. The one that was just up on the screen, pardon me. But him. Now, as you can see through these comments, you know what I'm saying, that this guy saying RIP to my big brother, justice will be served. I'm glad they caught him. RIP Kenny Mac. It should pretty much give you an idea who the hell this guy is. You see this right here? AKA Kenneth Martin, resident 7200 block of South Rockwell Street. He was 40 years old. This was in June 27, 2014. That's when this was. Now, but get this, right? This is the hook, line, and sinker of the whole thing. Now, this same guy right here, aka Kenneth Martin, his real name, or his alias name, so to say, that he went by, that kind of threw all of us off, is his name is AJ Barnett. Yeah. Yeah. That's him. AJ. Right. Okay. So going even deeper into the science, right? You know what I'm saying? With AJ, the guy that I just spoke on, the guy whose name is Kenny Martin, right there. Him. That guy. Okay. Now the question is this right here that we have to get answers to. Now the other guy that was with him, the one that I just showed you, kind of big brother in the white shirt or whatnot. Let me try to get back to his picture or whatnot. But anyway, that guy, you know what I'm saying? Because I can't really find it right now. But the guy, you know what I'm saying? Like I say, you know, that was wanted for killing eggs. And you know what? And I see the comments jumping right now. I don't even really have to be saying too much about no names because I know y'all are smart enough. I know now, you know what I'm saying? Y'all can pretty much see what the hell is going on. Okay, now this is what jumped off and how it jumped off. The guy that killed the dude, Kenny Martin, him and Kenny was together, and they went to California. And when they was going to California, the guy who I was mentioning that was doing those unspeakable things or whatnot, right? He was riding with him. And the guy he was riding with, old buddy, he had little relationships and stuff with these young girls that he had. And see, they were pimping them out, like Pimp My Ride. They were pimping them out. You see, that's the breadcrumbs right there. See, they was pimping them out. You see, and I find it very strange out of everybody that I done researched thus far that they got these multiple names. You know, it tripped me out to see AJ Barnett, you know what I'm saying, actually being Kenny Martin. I tripped when I seen it. I just was like, damn. I was like, damn, so why is his name that? You know what I'm saying? I'm like, where'd that come from? So then, you know me, how I do. You know what I'm saying? I take it all the way to the street. So let me go ahead and go all the way in. Let's go. Let's go right now. How about that? You know what I'm saying? We're gonna flex a different way right now. We're gonna go all the way in here. You know what I'm saying? Since I'm on the phone right now, I'm gonna look it up. Why you guys are just, right here and y'all cooling. You know what I'm saying? Then you can see exactly who that this guy is, where did this source came from. And we can pretty much connect the dots and get some understanding because there's too much crazy stuff going on right now. It's too much crazy stuff going on. And now I'm starting to figure out, right, what the fuck really going on. Because, what it appears to me, you know what I'm saying, as this got something to do with some insurance policy on somebody. Now, see this right here. You see it say Alfred Barnett dies after West Englewood shooting, and this is in Chicago. All right, now peep this. All right. Now you see all of this with this guy right here, Alfred Barnett. Now I'm gonna click on his name and watch this.
And some people, you guys remember on last night, the gentleman who came into the live when I was playing Custom Designs live on last night, his name was Alfred. You guys remember that, right? And he was speaking some jewels within this particular case, which is what I have been saying forever and a day. I've been telling you guys this forever and a day. So now you guys see how the various things that I have been posting is making a whole lot more sense now than ever before, right? Because I told you it had everything to do with Kenneka's brother. You know, you beginning to see the play now, right? Well, if they're trafficking women and kids and children and things, and then the other entity is trafficking human body parts, well, it's human trafficking and in its organ harvesting, right? And it's the gang members that is doing the human trafficking, and it's the establishment that is doing the organ harvesting. And so when you put 2 and 2 together, people, it equals 4, right? And so then the question is, why did they do it for? Well, bingo to the bingo. What did he say? Insurance money, right? Insurance money. So it's a win-win situation all the way around. Because if people are dropping like flies around TM, and before people, let me say this. Okay, my Facebookers upon Facebook, you guys going to have to transition over to YouTube because we're at the 8-hour mark. And so, people, I'm going to shut up this live for right now. I'm going to come back and I'm going to do a part 2 because I don't want to go way beyond the 8-hour mark. Is that all right, peoples? Because it's getting ready to shut off of Facebook right now because it's just, we're at the 8-hour mark right now and it's getting ready to shut off of Facebook. But I don't want to make my lives beyond 8 hours. So you guys just going to have to come right back. I'm going to do part 2 to this, and then we're going to get into this, peoples. So, peoples, I hope I had said something to encourage your hearts upon tonight. Tune in next time, and just momentarily, when Edward Joseph Let's Talk Live, Edward Joseph Kitchen, Edward Joseph Gospel Hour, Edward Joseph's Blessings Giveaway 2025 will come to you with something wonderful. I love you with the love of Christ, and there is absolutely nothing you can do about it. Peoples, mask up and be safe. And again, peoples, I will be back momentarily to do part 2 to this live. And we're going to get right back into it, peoples. So, be blessed, get your rest, come right back with your Ethiopian coffee, and I will talk to you just momentarily. God bless you all. Thank you for watching.
Nobody does it better. Sometimes I wish